Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, my favorite gamer words to tonight's Monday stream. I hope you had a good weekend. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your Goy Slop entertainment over the weekend, too. If you actually did, get the fuck out of here. I mean, I'm half joking, but I'm also not half joking. Oh, in those regards, so... Um, hello, Amal. I stayed up for until start of your stream, but I'm heading to bed now. I promise to watch the VOD. Well, no worries, Mythos. Thank you. I mean, for staying up and watching the VOD, but remember, sleep is more important. Your job's more important. I'm a random anime girl. It's okay. But thank you. But thank you, thank you, thank you. Fuck you, Amal. A vax bitch got me sick. I'm not enjoying anything. Well, fuck, man. I'm sorry. I do find it funny, but I immediately start stream Let's Get Spicy. But I know YouTube doesn't care about the whole COVID thing anymore. Even though technically the policy is there. But it still is like, should I say this literally just starting stream? But I do find it interesting that it seems like all the vaccinated people get sick all the time. And then, meanwhile, me, the pure blood, is totally fine. Well, I say totally fine. I get sick like once or twice a year. Which I feel like that was normal. And then I started talking, like, then I meet men online and like, no, we get sick like once every 3 years. And I'm like, wait, what do you mean you get sick once every 3 years? I like getting sick once a year was normal. I think it's just a woman thing. I actually think it's a woman thing because like every once in a while I'll see like guys on Twitter be like all you have to do is just say that you're not gonna get sick, and like if you feel your body getting sick you just tell them no, I'm not sick at all, I'm fine. Like kind of like the Andrew Tate style of things where you like mind over matter it. And I'm like, I mean, not gonna say like I've really genuinely tried to do that, but generally if I'm sick, then I'm like, okay, I'm sick. Like it's I don't know. I've never fully understood that. I think, I swear to God, I think it's more of a male thing. Um I haven't been sick in like 5 years almost. Okay, see, this is what I mean. I feel like almost every guy is just like, yeah, I haven't gotten sick in forever, and I'm like, I was sick back. Um, one downside of my major, watching the Super Bowl and during the everything for a project. What the fuck's your major? Actually, no. Well, it depends on how hyper specialized it is. If it's super like hyper specialized, don't say it because like I don't want chat doxing themselves or anything like that. But I'm just like, what are you doing that you need to watch the fucking Super Bowl? I mean, I guess there's a couple things I can think of at the top of my head, but like still. Uh I get sick maybe once a year. See, that's what I do. I get sick once to twice a year. Apparently that's not common. Uh Oh, thank you, Lord Morgan LeFou, for being a subby bubby for 9 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my dude. I'm pretty sure it's men who have the weaker immune systems. Did I hear wrong? They do? 'Cause I'm pretty sure they have stronger immune systems. Like, not even just simply from my anecdote of the whole, like, men can just, like, mind over matter sickness and versus women just heal over. But it really seems like women are just the weaker sex all over. Like, especially when they're pregnant, you have to be super careful. I must just say super careful, because obviously they've managed to survive for thousands of years before we had the abilities that we have now. But women in general just seem more fragile. um, I go out and touch grass daily, lol, I just don't get sick. Yeah, I used to touch grass daily, and I still would get sick. So, just shit out the disease easy. See, normally when I get sick, it's not like me throwing up and shitting my brains out. It's like a massive headache, fever and chills. Like my eyes hurt, my body aches. Sometimes my stomach gets upset, but like it's not that really. Um, it's just like really lethargic, like just and feeling like shit overall. That's my sickness. I very rarely ever get like the flu where I'm throwing up. Um, my friend got a rehab and I had a welcome back party at my house yesterday. It was great. Oh, the congratulations for your friend. I wish him the best of luck that he can stay out of whatever bad news that he was getting into before. So congrats to him. I think I get sick once a year, usually around flu season. Okay, there we go. See, that's what I felt like that was normal, right? Everyone gets sick around like fall time because the weather changing and all these other different factors that the cold weakens your immune system. Yeah, I thought that was normal, and that's normal when I get sick too. I usually get sick when the weather changes, like around fall and around spring, and that's it. Ugh. My nose is running as much as a mall's mouth. Oh, see, that's another something that I often have too, is either a super runny nose or super congested nose, and I'm a mouth breather for a few days. Uh, being sick is a luxury. You get to do nothing for a while. You think that until you actually get sick, and then when you get sick, then you're like, holy fuck, I feel like death. And I can't, like, you don't even want to play video games or watch TV, because you just feel so, like, ass that you just don't want to do anything. Um, always October or November for me. Yeah, roughly around that time period. Shut the door now that my dog finally escaped. Give me a second. Last thing I need, say the N-word and my dad hearing it. I saved that for randomly on Twitter. Woman's immune system improves during pregnancy to protect the baby, and increased immune system function remains even after the baby is born until she reaches old age. Ooh, interesting. Okay, then I didn't know that. I thought it was weaker, just because you have a whole ass fucking child being grown in you. And like there's all these different precautions that you need to do, like be careful what you eat and where you go and just what you do with your life in general. Though I do know there's like part of the whole like infantilization of the modern world. There's, even though they really don't like us having like kids, and this is probably part of the propaganda too, they make all these like crazy like regulations and fear mongering to make women like paranoid about having kids and make it a lot more difficult than it actually is. And that like disincentivizes them from having kids, so like they have to like completely change their life and be scared about doing basic bitch things. So had the proper flu once when I was a kid. Nasty stuff. Pretty sure testosterone's really bad for immune system as a whole. It is? Wait, what? That doesn't make logical sense. How is testosterone bad for the immune system when you naturally have testosterone? Like, obviously too much or too little is a problem, but like, still. I do not understand. My parents took the vaccine, especially my mother has been negatively affected by it. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I hope they're doing relatively okay in the grand scheme of things, but I'm very, very sorry. It's, yeah, excuse me, quite damaging. No. That's that. And now, I'm drinking. This is so sweet. Like, I haven't had this Gatorade in like a week. So I was out, and my shipment got delayed, and a whole bunch of stuff. So like, I've gone like a week and a half without my little Gatorade thing that I do for like electrolyte. And yes, it's relatively healthy for being Gatorade. I actually, being serious here, it's one of their healthier versions, and it tastes really sweet. I guess it's what happens when you detox. Sorry, it's just like, wait, hold on a second. Why is it why is it so sweet? Okay, no. Oh, COVID vaccine's a scam, don't take it? Oh yeah. But then again, I feel like the people who would have taken it by now, like, I feel like people would have taken it by now, like, if they were gonna get it. I think at this point, most people know or at least subconsciously know that it's not worth it because they don't have the government or their jobs breathing down their neck to take it. And the people that have taken it usually have some sort of complications. So, in the year of the Lord 2026, if anybody's actually seriously taking the COVID vaccine, I would say at least minimum 10 feet away from them, the best as possible, because clearly they're retarded. Like, actually fucking, like, retarded. Gotta take your 16th booster to be vaxxed. Yeah, that's my brother. Like, his child is fucking awful. I'm not, okay, I shouldn't say awful. He basically fucked up his kid. And that kid has been one-shotted between the COVID vaccine, all the bunch of other vaccines, and just my brother and how he's raising him in general. And he is my dad's only grandkid. Yeah, so it's great. It's great. I totally don't worry about every once in a while though. My dad's gonna have like one grandkid before he dies. And it's gonna be the one that's completely fucked up with a bunch of health issues that he can barely see because my dad's not vaccinated. It's cool. It's cool. Nope. An iPad kid? More than likely. Make him a better one? That's the goal. That's the goal. But I refuse to have a child out of wedlock, so marriage has to happen first. And I've been screwed over that. So it's gonna be a while. The bitch that got me sick got boosted in December. She showed up to an event sick and then shocked she got others sick. Are you fucking serious? One more reason not to have women in the workforce. One, they get boosted for some stupid reason. Well, why did she get boosted? Like, it's fucking okay. 2025 since it was in December. Why? It's 2025. It's over. We all know COVID's a scam. The government's not making a big deal of it. And, you know, Trump and RFK are like walking things back. Well, minus a vaccine. Trump's still proud of that. Like, why? Doesn't make logical sense. And then she shows up to the event sick too. Why would you do that? If you're sick, you stay home. Though I get some jobs are not so kind about when you get sick because you sign your life over to them. But still. So fucking hell. The Jews are personally responsible for you not being married. True and real. More reason to hate the tiny hats, that's all I'm saying. She's one of my mom's geriatric and mahjong friends and showed up to one of the games with other old women sick. Oh. Okay, so boomer, got it. Understandable. Just probably did whatever their doctor told them to do. So that's cool. Sorry, I'm putting the nose condom on now. I used to never get sick, but then I required to get the shot, and now I can feel real case of flu every year. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. Like, okay, that's genuinely sorry. Like, the more I hear people who get the shot and have their life ruined, the more I'm just like, okay, I get more upsetty about the whole situation. Because I'm just like, okay, there's another one that's biting the dust. Like, your whole life is basically screwed over if you got the vaccine. That's how ridiculous it is. And there's so many people out there. Like, so many good people out there that did it because they felt like they had to for their jobs. And it makes me so mad. It's been 6 years and I still get so fucking mad. I come from a family of people with really strong immune systems, although brain cancer is apparently really common in my family. We really don't know a lot about our lineage, so yeah. Understandable. At least systems for general stuff, though, that the brain cancer just one-shots you at the end. Yeah. Thank you, Gus the Dorks, for the $10 redos. Thank you. Hey, Mal, Deus Ex, by the way. Oh, do with that. Sad to see Discord doing this. I'm sure this won't backfire horribly. Worried how I'll keep up with friends. Here's hoping you don't lose contact with your brony BFF or servers. God fucking damn it. Why are you like this? I was like, this is a nice little wholesome message, and I like how I was already like figuring out how I was gonna respond to it, and then you say that, and I'm like, how about you kill yourself? See, that's my response to it. I'll save my opinions for Discord when we actually get to the Discord topic. There. But for now, keep yourself safe. Uh. So thanks for the $10 dude. I paid out of pocket for weekly testing to avoid the work mandate. Okay, really? Because like, I mean, that's actually a good strategy because that make you avoid actually getting the vaccine. However, I remember during the time period, people were like making theories. I don't want to call them conspiracy theories because that has such a, you know, ooh, conspiracy theory there. And about how like the COVID tests would fuck you up too. Because there was like a nose test and they had to shove something up your nose. I never took it. So I don't know what it was. But apparently like something like stealing your DNA and like other stuff that was happening. I don't remember all the theories that happened with the COVID tests because I didn't like fully believe them. Like I was firmly against the actual vaccine and the shot. But like for the test itself, I wasn't completely sure. I figured it was probably maybe not exactly accurate because COVID and the flu are so similar. And I know a lot of COVID deaths were counted as, or sorry, flu deaths were considered COVID deaths. But the actual test itself, I was just like, there was also so many theories around it. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna avoid it just to be safe. Just because, even if I don't firmly believe whatever the theories were, and I'm sure the test itself was probably way better than actually getting the vaccine itself. Yeah, LMAO, the PCR tests were sus as fuck. Yeah, like I don't know, something about it was off, and I'm just like, I'm just not gonna get tested. So. And I didn't have to worry about it. Like, I got sick like one time during the whole COVID fiasco, and it was really fucking nasty. Like, I was out for like a week. I forget all my symptoms. Maybe I think I was throwing up, but yeah, no, I was throwing up in that case. And like it was bad, and I had to call off work for multiple days, which sucked because you have only limited amount of time when you get called off before you have to get like a doctor's note. And I hate having to get doctor's notes because then you have to go and actually go to a fucking doctor. In that case. And then I came back when I felt better. My manager asked me if it was COVID. I was like, I don't know. And she's like, well, did you get tested? No. And she's like, why not? Well, did I die? It was like, well, why would I need to get tested if it's COVID or not? Like, I didn't die. I was sick. Yeah, it was like probably one of the worst sicknesses I've had in a long time. But I didn't die. I just stayed at home and puked my intestines out. But I didn't die. And now I'm better. So what does it matter if I get tested what I had? The matter is I was sick and now I'm not. And she's like, well, you should have gotten tested. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm better now. Is what it is. Yeah, suck my dick. I moved on. And then I remember, like my dad knew about my, how badly sick I was. And apparently he told my brother, and this is of course during the height of the whole entire situation. And my brother would send me like lengthy text messages talking about how I should have gotten the COVID vaccine. If I got the COVID vaccine, I wouldn't have gotten sick in the first place, and blah 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 blah. And then I responded back the same thing. Did I die though? Because like, once again, I don't get the whole like scare, like paranoid fiasco going on. Like, okay, I was sick. It is what it is. I'm fine now. If I was hospitalized, then yeah, then we probably be taking this a little bit more seriously. But I'm fine. I didn't die. I don't need a COVID vaccine when clearly my body was able to get over it myself. Like, not to mention, who knows what the COVID vaccine would do to me. Both in the present and in the future, because we don't know the long-term side effects 5 to 10 years. So no, I'm good. And he kept on saying that for like 6 months. Like, you should have got the COVID vaccine. You should have got the COVID vaccine. You wouldn't have gotten sick. You got the COVID vaccine. I was like, I don't care. Like, fucking hell. Were you still liberal during the COVID times? Oh, God, no. God, no. Like, I left that phase in my early teens. And in that case, so by the time COVID came around, I was not in my early teens anymore. It was a few years. So, yes, you died. You're a ghost Amal now. Ooh, so scary. Oh, be afraid of the anime woman. Oh, thank you, an Arctic Penguin, for the Subby Bubby for 9 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my dude. Had a work buddy that got sick with the coof. I said the same thing when he got back and complained about it. Did you die, though? Bro was very offended. Good. I mean, usually I'm not one to, like, piss off people and get them, offended. But seriously, like, I never understood the hysteria with COVID. Because, like, who actually died from COVID? And I know somebody's gonna be like, gonna take this clip or whatever the case is and be like, actually people did die. I'm like, okay, yeah, the grannies did. You know, granny who would have died from cancer anyway, granny who would have died from flu anyway, granny who would have fucking, like, walked outside and had the breeze blow and have died anyway. Yeah, she died. Because guess what? Old people have horrible immune systems when they hit 80 and they die. Okay, whoop-de-doo. Okay, and the people with weak immune systems in general, died as well. But they would have died anyway from a stiff one as well. Like, who actually died from the ages of, like, let's say 5 to 65? Like, what's the per capita of that? Okay, I can tell you right now, not that high. Also, can we have an like, who actually, and then can we also break those down too? Who actually died of specifically COVID and not car accidents and flu and, like, of cancer and other things like that? Because they would tally the COVID deaths of, like, if you had cancer and you got COVID, you died of COVID, not the cancer that weakened your immune system, no, but COVID. Or there was actually a story where somebody literally died of a car crash. But they got tested positive for COVID within a 2-week time period before they actually died, and they also still considered a COVID death. Like, okay. So yeah, I'm pressing extra down on those numbers by default. Who could have ever seen that all the geriatrics would be taking all those vitamin E cut weed vapes were never found? I don't know what you're talking about in that case, actually. But I basically stayed away from vaping. Gunshot wound, COVID caused the death, yes. That's why the sneak fucks will, like, say COVID related. I remember the left loves to play war games, yes. Exactly. COVID still pisses me off to today. Like, I know it's been 6 years, but I feel like we need to keep on talking about it. We need to keep on reminding people the stupidness and the craziness and the government, like, overruling everything on a regular basis so people don't forget, because I know normies have the memory of a 6-month time period, and we can't allow this to happen again, because as Loxon Doppelganger says, which, thank you for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. No, COVID was actually bad as it was man-made. Those responsible must be prosecuted. For mass murder, yeah. Like, it was made in a lab in China. Gain of function research, once again. And then released to the public as a global compliance test, which the World Economic Forum admits to. And it's like, well, okay then. Which is once again why we need to keep on talking about this on a regular basis. I will keep on beating this drum. I like, oh, you guys should actually, though, you should have met me when in like 2021, 2020, 2021, somewhere on that time period, when like the very like beginning in the early stages of it, like the worst of it, I should probably say, because I was livid. Like absolutely, like right now I'm still like annoyed about it, and I talk about it a lot. But the pure vitriol and anger that would come out of me during that time period when that topic would come up would be that would put my fucking rants about women and browns to shame. I'm not even kidding. Because I was so pissed off at the government, so pissed off at people in general, so pissed off about the whole entire situation and how everyone was acting about it, and all my favorite content creators being demonetized talking about it, and the censorship online, and the whole entire deal, that I would just go for like on a whole ass tirade every single time. I didn't start like calming down and I don't know, talking more like this until probably like 2023, 2024. Somewhere in that line. As like things started going, you know, back to normal, quote unquote. Since their new normal didn't work out. Well, in a way it did, in a way it didn't, depending on how you view things. So COVID was the 9/11 of Zoomers. Actually, yes. Like, like it was a good wake up call for a lot of people, including Zoomers. I mean, there was a benefit to COVID in the very beginning, but for me personally, well, that's about it. After that, nope, nope. I was upset too. I knew the COVID shit was a scam from the start, so many things didn't make sense, and a lot of people were just jumping to conclusions, no evidence. Yes, I would be listening to like the Lotus Eaters at work, and just like about the whole situation, and just or about like trying to like find my people online that were demonetized, and like trying to get like the underground news, before Parlor died and all that fun stuff. And talking with my sister because she also had her own sources and just trying to understand what's actually literally happening. Because, you know, the whole entire place was shut down, but once again, were people dropping in the streets? No. No. Was damn near impossible to find shit paper for a month or two because it would instantly sell out. I have to say, I am proud that I didn't have to actually deal with anything about the toilet paper. I did not have to worry about that at all, because I have been raised to stockpile. I mean, granted, my mom's a hoarder, so that's a different story. But we like to buy in bulk in my family, and so, you know, I carry that tradition on, and as long as it's not perishable, right? And so I already had like a bunch of toilet paper because I always get one of those big things of toilet paper. And that lasts like for like 6 months period or something like that. And I'm all good. Like I already buy in bulk by default, so like I have a whole bunch of fucking meat in my freezer. I only need to go grocery shopping every couple of weeks just to get the perishables, like the vegetables and stuff. It's fantastic. Hold on, I need to blow my nose. Give me a second. There we go. There we go. They're definitely expecting a revolt during the pandemic, but nothing happened. Latest Epstein released a long time they thought something would trigger a revolt, but still nothing. Do you actually think that? Like, okay, that kind of sounded mean. That wasn't my intention there. Because, like, I don't really think they did. Like, I disagree. I think if they definitely had to, they definitely recognized that they needed to move on from COVID because their new normal and complete government control wasn't working out the plan as people got fatigued with COVID, which is why they tried to make monkeypox a thing. And to be like the new scary COVID when the COVID hysteria was dying out. And then that magically just stopped being talked about when they realized that it was being spread to kids and dogs. Yeah, interesting. And it was mostly only the gays as well. So that didn't really work out to their favor. Though I have to admit, when I was going to the gym, I was a little bit paranoid because you're supposed to like wipe down the mats as well, but since it's spread by body fluids, and I didn't know the gay population in my gym, I was worried that like the sweat on the gym mats, if they didn't actually properly clean them, and it would actually give me monkeypox and be like, oh god damn. So I was mildly worried about that. But thankfully, that I didn't actually get monkeypox from gym mats. So that was just me being a little bit paranoid, but it's fine. Um, and then they started the whole Ukraine-Russia war, and then all of a sudden COVID started like not being such a big important thing anymore too. So, and then we slowly moved on. I remember the Ebola, which is the stage run. Yeah. See, that was the main thing that, okay, well, there was lots of things that made me really doubt the COVID narrative. But the main thing was actually the fact of how many times that we've had a big scary flu thing come through. Like you mentioned Ebola, but there's also like the Zika virus, there's been like the swine flu, there's been like the bird flu. There's like, all these different like scary diseases that have like they hop up every like couple years that the mainstream media would try to be scared, like try to scare you for. And so when COVID popped up, I was like, oh okay, well this is just another one of them. And then everything got shut down. I was like, okay, this might be a little bit more serious. Wait, hold on a second. Wait, don't need to worry about masking? Oh, now you have to mask? Wait, okay. We're shutting down the economy for this? People aren't dying though. People aren't actually getting sick. Well, what are we doing here, folks? So, yeah, but that was the main thing, and I don't think they can ever use a scary disease, anything like anytime soon, because of COVID. But they might try in like 20 some more years again, once enough people have forgotten. But I even though the normie memory is like 6 months, I feel like it has done enough damage to people, and the culture has shifted enough, at least online, that people would just immediately bring up COVID again and just completely destroy the narrative. They have to use something else if they want to have complete government control, like AI. Thank you, Dinocide, for the $5.56. Thank you, my dude. Reject gross public gyms, embrace kettables at home, and running pacer tests at the park 3 times a week. Fuck the pacer test. I will not run the pacer test. Kill yourself for mentioning the pacer test. And Minecraft, of course. Oh my god, fuck that. I support the mentality and the cardio, but not the pacer test. So fuck that shit. That sucked in school. Is Amal lazy? Yes, I am lazy. Not a big fan of P.E.? Oh, I like P.E. actually. I like playing dodgeball and all the other different like sports things. Because I was actually I was in sports a lot as a kid. I was in softball, soccer, volleyball, basketball, and a bunch of other things. My parents kept me in extracurriculars pretty much all year. Like every season there was a new sport or new thing that I was doing. And so I was quite active as a kid, but cardio was never my forte. Like, I mean, I was also a chubby kid too, but that's also That didn't help. Oh, but generally, yeah, cardio was not exactly something I enjoyed. Um, like even in soccer, like I was actually a pretty good goalie. But yeah, as for running across the field a dozen times, not so much. Basketball, I was a pretty good shot. You know, I could make I could do that. I forget what the terminology is for basketball because I haven't done that forever. Because I didn't really enjoy soccer or basketball because of how much running was required for it. Um, but yeah, I could make shots in basketball from decent distances, and it was pretty good, like layups and stuff like that. But if it comes to actual the running factor, ugh, not so much. I'm just naturally good at things with accuracy. Like softball, I was a third baseman and a first and third baseman, also outfielder. Anything that required catching and throwing, great. Like that they had me at the important positions there, because I could actually catch the balls really well and throw them pretty far distances. Um, but yeah, running, no. Um, archery, yeah, I was good at archery too. I loved archery as a kid, but I only did that at special like events. And so and I always begged my parents to get me into archery, but we didn't have any like archery places really nearby to do it like as an actual sport. So I would only do it like maybe once a year when an event would roll around. But I was always good at it and I would always win like first place. Same with school shooting. So like I'm just good with accuracy in general. um Anything with accuracy. I'm all trading for yeah. Oh. Look, I wasn't around for that or already Red Dead Redemption. You go to FPS. Um so okay, with Red Dead Redemption, I was actually pretty decent in my opinion, okay? Like cuz I didn't use that special like slow time skill that Red Dead Redemption had. I just fucking raw dogged it. And I was actually a pretty good shot. And Red Dead Redemption for like raw dogging it in my personal opinion. So but as for like a FPS, probably not. Probably not, but I don't like FPSs because I just they get boring too fast. I need like friends to do it. And well, he's terrible at shooting games. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to think of like the deer hunt game, like that um arcade game. I'm like okay at it, but I'm not like the best. So yeah, but in real life though, I'm better. You know, real life I'm better though. Duck Hunt? I've never played Duck Hunt before. So, what game genre would you say you're the best at? Open world, I guess? I don't know, man. Like, RPGs, possibly? Like, that's really all I play. It's all I really enjoy. Those are usually, you know, pretty linear. And, handhelds you a little bit and don't have, like, crazy gameplay. Just enough to keep you interested. And active. Because I do like gameplay, right? Obviously. I don't want to just play, like, a light novel where you just click and read constantly. Actually, I need some action in my games. But I'm also not somebody who likes to sweat for 4 hours to kill a boss. So, something in between? Oh, but anyway, enough about me possibly being a horrible shooter in video games. Should we actually get into today's topics at hand? Actually, hold on, wait a second. Dinocide! Thank you for the $2 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fine, run the mile to the church, Catholic church and back? No. I do not like cardio. I feel like that is a general sentiment that a lot of people share. Okay, not a lot of people actually like cardio, and I am one of them. I am one of them. Okay, I am a part of that group, that large majority. I'm just like other girls. I am not a fan of cardio, so. How about just walking? Yeah, walking's great. Like I often take night walks. Um and like exploring and like hiking. In general. Walking's fine. Just don't make me run. Thank you, Floover, for the $5 reduce. Treadmill stream win. I mean, I could probably do it like literally right now if you wanted. Because I do have a walking pad that I use on the regular basis. So, like, once again, walking is not the problem. It's when you make me have to move faster than that. Then I'm like, okay, I'm done. So. But anyway, enough about me being a lazy fat ass. Well, let's talk about being more of a lazy fat ass here. Like being on Discord. If you're on Discord, then you're just as bad as a Reddit fedora an atheist. Fun fact. Just saying here. Oh, I'm kidding. I do love the Discord server. So rest in peace, because Discord will soon be expanding teen safety protections worldwide, including teen by default settings and age assurance designed to create safer experiences for teens. We're also launching recruitment for Discord's first teen council, creating a space for teen voices to help shape our safety and well-being work. Applications are now open for US teens ages 13 to 17. Learn more about these updates here. Okay, first off, before we get into the whole like age verification and the death of Discord and stuff like that, can we talk about the fact that they're making teen council and they're making applications for teens? Like, this sounds perfect for grooming. Like, we already know Discord is a massive sell for groomers in general, because it's the internet, and children shouldn't be on the internet by default. And two, you can meet people from literally all over the world and all ages on Discord for certain niche hobbies, and they're often used for grooming purposes, because, well, it's not that hard to groom a child, unfortunately. And so, hearing about like a teen council here, or Discord and themselves are like launching it, I don't know. This just sounds like easy access for somebody in the Discord like support or Discord company to be able to groom kids. Because unfortunately, as we're learning from the Epstein files and just life in general, there are a lot of people out there that really like grooming kids. I do not understand it at all. Yeah, I feel like most normal people just be like, oh, a 14-year-old. Okay, I'm gonna stay 10 feet away from you because that's gay, and I'm not gonna risk it, right? Like, not even just risking it, it's just gross because they're so young, because they're children. But for some reason, there's a large amount of people that really like grooming kids. I don't get it. And they do like to infiltrate circles like this. So while I'm not gonna say that anyone in Discord and support in particular is gonna abuse it, it just makes it more easy access, because you're literally creating a whole entire place specifically for teens. Like, that just sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. What are the safeguards for this? Are you gonna make them dox themselves too? Like, what the fuck? My solution to this is not age verification. It's not a teen council. It's simply just not having kids on the internet. It's not the government stepping in and being the faux parent. It's parents themselves not giving children iPads and phones and computers until they reach, let's say 16. I feel like 16, I know 18 is like technically legally adult, but you do need to prepare your kid to become an adult when they turn 18. So therefore they're not still acting like a child when they're 18. So I feel like 16 is a good age to like slowly start introducing them into more adult matters. I mean, that's when they can drive a car for fuck's sakes, right? And they become a bit more independent. And then you can like slowly introduce them. You still need to be very careful, of course. But you know, within a few years they're gonna be an adult anyway. Um, but until then, just don't have children on the internet. It just causes so many problems. It's very easy to get siloed into some crazy fucking ideologies just because how every single algorithm works. Every single algorithm works on making you angry and upset and showing you what things you're going to be interacting with. And most people interact with things that makes them upset. And then it goes into a dark depressive spiral. And it's rarely in regular adults fall into this on a daily basis. I mean, fuck. Why do you think I'm so black-pilled? But children are definitely a lot more susceptible and vulnerable to this. And then as they get into more and more niche circles, then it increases the chances of being groomed. Like, you just need to get kids off the internet, and that needs to be a cultural change that parents across the board enforce. Not the government, not age verification, not any of this stuff. Parents just need to not give their kids access to the internet. And if they do, it needs to be heavily regulated. It's just that simple. That simple. Ugh. There. But let's actually read the article for what it is. Because I've been hearing, like, I haven't actually read the article myself. I've just been seeing the whole, like, okay, the age verification aspect of stuff. But I've heard that it's not great, but it's not as bad as what people are saying. But I'm not sure if that's true or not because I haven't read the article myself. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see. How Discord's building safer experiences for teens. Discord safety, which, by the way, I do want to point out that they've actually changed the title of this since it was released today. So I don't know what else has been changed. But originally it was called Discord launches teen by default settings globally. And then they changed it to this. So I think they realized where they fucked up, because where people are freaking out about is the teen by default settings being the default settings. And having to dox yourself to prove that you're actually an adult. I found a little bit interesting that they changed it there. Our continued investment in teen safety and well-being. We're proud to be a space where teens want to be, from playing games with friends and connecting over shared interests to expressing themselves. We recognize the meaningful role Discord plays in teens' lives, and are committed to staying true to what they enjoy and to be being a place of they want to return to. Fulfilling that commitment means working to provide safer spaces that are shaped with teens and designed to help give them agency over their experience. On Safer Internet Day, we want to be clear on where we stand. Discord is committed to building safer experiences for teens, investing in this work proactively, and doing in ways that respect our user privacy and maintaining what makes our platform so uniquely Discord. I have a feeling that they're not actually respecting users' privacy. Just a slight possibility there. That's why, starting in early March, we're proactively rolling out safety features worldwide that will help ensure age-appropriate experiences for everyone, while preserving the genuine community atmosphere that makes Discord special. These updates introduce stronger default safety settings and clearer boundaries around age restriction experiences. Age assurance. Expanding age-appropriate safety experiences worldwide. At the end of last year, we launched age... Okay, hold on. Let me drink some water. At the end of last year, we launched age assurance and teen by default experiences in the UK and Australia. In the UK, these updates helped us meet new regulatory requirements for online services. In Australia, where Discord is considered a communication service and not subject to social media minimum age requirements, we saw this moment as an opportunity to further demonstrate our ongoing commitment to teen safety by proactively providing users with a teen appropriate default experience. This work has helped us understand how we can build age appropriate protections that work for teens globally while ensuring our users' experience on Discord remains accessible. Holy fuck, we're only a few paragraphs in, and one, they're repeating themselves a whole lot, and two, it's a whole bunch of fluff. Also, three, well, Australian politics is not my specialty. I believe their rules and regulations when it comes to online safety, quote unquote, it's actually more restrictive than the UK. And the UK is already pretty bad. So, yeah. Oh wait, actually, you know what that reminds me? Speaking of Australia, I remember like a month or two ago, Australia was making certain social media apps like not teen safe, like label them as like not child safe or whatever the case was, but they let Discord actually go, surprisingly enough. Which, not that I'm a fan of, once again, digital ID or anything like that, but it's just ironic that they chose a whole bunch of other different social media sites like YouTube, but not Discord, when Discord's where most of the grooming happens. But, okay then. Now we're expanding our age assurance toolkit and teen by default safety protections to the rest of the world. This includes stronger default safety settings, filters for potentially sensitive content, and age-appropriate access to spaces and features designed to support safer experiences across Discord. Most of these protections are already in place by default. Age assurance is only required if a user wants to access age-restricted content and features or update the teen by default safety setting. For adult users, this can be completed through a straightforward, privacy-forward process. Once again, they're repeating this stuff a whole bunch about this. But this is a slight problem for me in my Discord server. There's a slight because most of the channels are actually age restricted. Not because there's any like porn or anything in it. It's just that because my Discord is specifically 18 plus, and you know, things can get a little bit spicy here and there depending on the area. it's just better to just keep it just adult locked, just because I don't want children in there. Obviously, it's pretty easy to sneak by, but still. So that's like most of my Discord server that's age restricted. This is an important step in making safer, more enjoyable, and age-appropriate experiences for teens everywhere, not just specific regions. This work was done to help teens feel supported and control their experience, while giving families greater confidence in ensuring adults can seamlessly access the features they want. Yeah, you keep on talking about this, but how do you do it? Which, I mean, which is the next paragraph. Well, we've gone through like 6 paragraphs already, and they're just repeating themselves over and over. Holy fuck! These people are trying to bury the bad news as far as possible. I thought about just using a summary of what it is, but I want to actually read the article myself to fully understand and make sure like it's actual from the horse's mouth. But I can see why most people just go with a summary when half the fucking thing is just them being like, yes, we want to support teens, we want to support teens, we want to support teens. Stop it! Get to the meat and bones of the issue. Sorry, I hate this fluff that they keep on adding. Like, this reminds me of like recipes, right? You look up a recipe to make something, and thank God websites nowadays have the whole like jump to recipe button at the very top. But back in the day, you had to fucking scroll for 10 hours just to get to the recipe because it would tell you your whole entire life story about the whole situation. That's how I feel about this. Like, okay, you're making teen by default settings. How do we bypass it? What's the actual situation? Not 6 paragraphs of the same thing. Anyway, sorry. Little bit annoyed about that. When would users need to verify their age group? Users are only prompted to verify their age group when they attempt to access certain age-restricted content, settings, or features. After completing age assurance, users won't be asked to verify again for future age-restricted actions. A user may be prompted to verify their age group if they attempt to Unblur media flagged by our sensitive content filters or attempt to change any of the default sensitive content filter settings to show sensitive content. Turn off message requests. They're enabled by default to help you screen out unwanted DMs from your DM list. Access age-restricted channels and servers. Speak in a stage channel. My movie nights. Toggle on age-restricted command settings. Importantly, this does not mean everyone will need to confirm their age just to use Discord. Many people can use Discord exactly as they do today without ever being asked to confirm their age. Yeah, but the problem is, that's still the majority of Discord. Like, great, you can still use your DMs just fine. Fantastic, thank God. At least I think, and it depends if the media gets flagged by the sensitive content filters by default when they send the DMs. But I'm not sure exactly how that works. But like, access age-restricted channels and servers. Now, I guess I don't know how common it is to basically age-restrict the whole entire server without age-restricting the server like I do for all the different channels. I imagine it's probably not that common. So, actual age-restricted channels are probably the real porn channels that exist in some servers. But still, like, these are important parts of Discord right here that they are flagging, which makes it harder for regular adults to be able to use. And you just dox yourself to get access to that. Default safety settings for everyone. Here's how this works. Everyone starts with our robust safety features turned on, regardless of age. We call this teen by default because these settings establish a clear safety baseline designed with teens in mind, with flexibility for adults to customize their experience. Adults can always choose to verify their age and change them, or leave the settings as is. Unless the users confirm to be adult, these safety settings stay in place and can't be changed. The default settings include content filters. Discord users age assured as adults in order to unblur sensitive content or turn off the setting. Age-gated spaces. Only users who are age-assured as adults will be able to access age-restricted channels, servers, and app commands. Message request unbox. Direct messages from people a user may not know are routed to a separate inbox by default, and access to modify this setting is limited to age-assured adult users. Friend request alerts. People will receive warning prompts or friend requests from users they may not know. Stage restrictions. Only age-assured adults may speak on stage and servers. These defaults build on Discord's existing safety architecture, ensuring teen users have strong protections while still giving verified adults flexibility over their experience. So once again, they've repeated themselves for the millionth time. And two, it still doesn't really give them how are we verifying adults again? Because spoiler alerts, we had to dox yourself, but you still haven't gone to that part after repeating yourself about 10 times over. Because what are we talking about flexibility here? Because how do you age assure? What's the risk that you're making people do to actually become an adult on Discord? Fucking hell. Thank you, Father Jude II, for the $5 dues. Thank you. If children aren't on the internet, it gives the government-controlled agenda total power over their upbringing. None of us would be aware if we didn't have the internet as teens. I mean, technically true. I mean, I literally got in politics when I was 12 years old. Now, granted, I spent the first couple years being a leftist, an actual legit social justice warrior, and was proud to call myself that. But, one, that's far and few between, in my case. And two, like, this goes back to the parents, because the problem is government control at everything. Internet, schooling, daycare, just work. Literally, the government has control in, like, every single aspect of your life. Mostly through trying to have access to your children and what to do with them. So, if parents are given more control, and not even given, if parents just take back their control, which there are ways to do it, like, at least in the US. For Europe and Australia, I don't know the rules and regulations there. I can't imagine they're actually great. But at least in the US, it's not that hard to actually control your child and what you do with them. Um, you can separate them away from the government controlled parts of society, which is the majority of it, relatively easy. Then you only have to worry about the other kids that are not being raised by similar parents. But ideally, if you homeschool your kid, that would take care of a lot of that problem by default. And then you have access to other parents that are homeschooling their kids, and they won't be as bad, because if they're already homeschooling, that means they are well aware of how bad the situation is to at least some degree. And so those kids will be better off than whatever fucking monkeys are in the public school. So it goes back to what I said a little bit ago about needing a huge cultural change and shift for parents to actually get more involved in their children's lives and actually be parents and actually control, and not giving them up to the government and give them up to the internet in general. And that would be better. Now, of course, that's not going to happen anytime soon, especially. But a girl can dream. And that's why I advocate for that. I think I bring up homeschooling almost every single stream, like these days, I feel like. At least to some sort of degree. I keep advocating for these changes. And while I'm an absolute nobody, and I am glad to be an absolute nobody, I'm hoping that if me and a bunch of other people, keep on pushing this, and we can slowly have some sort of cultural change, at least in small little circles, which they are. These small little circles are growing and becoming a little bit bigger each passing day. That at least some niches of white-only spaces will be able to grow and be able to do exactly this. And in the case of America, the problem is the fact that we have so many nons. Nons are literally the source of every single problem. I kid you not. Homeschooling is illegal in a lot of Europe. Well, can't say I'm surprised. It just sucks. There has to be, like, a way. There has to be a way to do it, right? Some sort of shape or form to make it happen. Surely, right? I mean, it might be a million hoops you have to jump through. But better than sacrificing your child to the system. Thank you, Delta Cross, for the, 50 fucking shekels. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's very generous of you. Are you gonna make me do evil deeds with these 50 shekels? Because knowing you probably are. With this bullshit going on with Discord, especially with those leading it now, this video is more important to see than ever. Either put it in for a Rumble-only stream soon, or slide it in as a Discord topic, and try not to slur. What is this? What are you throwing at me? Also, are you sure you don't want these 50 shekels to go to something, Delta Cross? That's unusual of you. It's kind of scary. Your link's not working. Yeah, it says it doesn't exist, which means it was deleted. So, I'm sorry. I can't show it on Swim if the thing doesn't exist anymore in Twitter's eyes. But I appreciate you trying to send me something. I'm just assuming the guy deleted it, because that's usually what shows up when they delete whatever the post is. Shut it down. Yeah, but based off check stream suggestions. Okay. Yeah. Can I? I'm not surprised. What is this? Hey, this is a 15 video. This just taking a clips. Okay, I will probably save this for like a Rumble. I have to remember it, of course. But yeah, it'd probably be best to save this for like a why not? I'll have to plan that out a little bit. But thank you though. Uh, and a little bit of an oy vey to add to it. No. Thank you, Gus of the Dorks, for the $10 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What angers me most is that they could have saved us a lot of time and reading by posting, hey guys, you want Discord to decide we hate money, prepare to uninstall us? Yeah, it really would have. Like, how long is this article? Oh, I mean, there's really not that much left in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, half this article so far has just been absolute fluff. And not actually really saying, like, they're saying what they're doing, but they're not actually saying what they're really doing just yet. Obviously, I'm gonna finish the article, but it's just, I wish they would just get cut to the chase. The worst part is, the worst part about the whole situation is, no, people are gonna complain about this, right? They're gonna complain about the digital ID stuff. But they're not gonna do anything about it. Like, the vast majority of people will not actually move off of Discord unless it's their specific community being targeted by this, which is also me. Excuse me. Like, we'll see how this goes, because people are obviously making a big deal out of it. But while the changes are affecting the content filters, AGA spaces, blah 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 blah, this is still not restrictive enough over basic bitch Discord functions like VC, DMs, and just regular general chats in different servers. So it's not going to be enough to really incentivize people to leave, because it actually directly affect the places that are most active with normal people. Now, if this is definitely a slow death of Discord, for sure, and within 5 years, they'll probably be replaced, like, you know, Twitch. Like, Twitch is doing a slow death, right? Where it's still the main place where people are at, but they feel forced to go there because that's where everybody's at there. Everybody hates it, and Kick is slowly replacing it, thank God, as more people, like, switch over. And Twitch is just mostly kept alive by Amazon. So give it a few more years, and it probably will be actually dead. But it's a very slow, painful death. This is what Discord's going through right now. Discord the past couple years is going through a slow, painful death. It's still going to be another 5 years before it probably actually dies. It's going to be another 5 years before an actual viable alternative pops up. But until it actually happens, nobody's actually going to jump ship, because there is no viable alternative. That I'm aware of. People throw up TeamSpeak or Steam Chat, or like a bunch of other different ones that exist out there, but none of them are actually a full, proper, one-to-one replacement for Discord, and popular enough where people are going to be jumping ship, because they only go where other people are at. And if nobody's there, then, well, nobody's gonna go to it. Thank you, Celeste Doppelganger, for the 500 Warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know, so many people have canceled their Nitro, their servers crashed. Okay, that's pretty base. I didn't hear about that. That's a lot of people. Okay, that's good. This might be strong enough to at least have a negative effect upon them, but I don't think it's gonna be, I still don't think it's gonna be enough to affect them to the point where they're just gonna die over this. It's still gonna be a few years. I think Guild is kind of similar. Guilded got shut down last year. So that's not happening. And like no alternative is actually perfect. So not Slack. Yeah, we're not using Slack. That's for sure. Like I am talking to the mods about like an alternative for the Discord server. Though the current consensus is kind of wait and see how things goes, because he doesn't think that they're gonna actually go through with this because of how bad the reaction is. Though frankly, spoiler alerts. I mean spoiler alert, but this happened a few months ago. Because they had a whole data stolen thing back in October when they did do this age verification in the UK and Australia. And they are still implementing this. I imagine they're still probably going to keep on going with this as well. So, I would like at least have a backup. I just don't know what we're going to be using just yet. Because, like I said, there seems to be no actual good alternative so far. Mastodon? Mastodon's fine, but it's an alternative, not really Discord alternative. Isn't that what the leftists use? Like, weren't they preaching that when, you know, Elon bought Twitter? Before Blue Sky came around? So... So would you say your Discord is worth joining at this point? Or is that a singing sip, assuming it goes through? I mean, I would still join the Discord. Just for updates for the next coming month. And then we'll also announce that, you know, we will if we do have a backup and we do actually utilize the backup after all, then we'll announce and obviously try to transition, you know, as many people as possible to whatever it ends up being in the end, if it actually happens. And if not, then well, we can still keep on using Discord as is. So it's like, I mean, I still have to use Discord for DMs. Which, so, like, and DMs are not actually regulated by age verification, so, like, I will still have to keep on using Discord just because, once again, everybody's on Discord. That's where I have my messages with all the other content creators, artists, editors, all these different people that I have to communicate with on a daily basis. So, thank God that's not actually affecting DMs, or else I'll be fucked. So I am a little bit worried about my account, though, because my account is relatively new. Like, because I made it when I created Amalgamyte. So, if they're gonna be using AI, a little spoiler alerts, but we'll get to it in the article as we continue reading it, which I should probably get back to. But they're planning on using AI as well to try to, like, figure out if you're adult or not if you don't do age verification. And so I'm like, okay then. Mastodon is self-hosted, so anyone can run one. It can't be shut down by parent company. It can be blacklisted from their public list, though. Oh, okay. That doesn't sound that bad. That kind of reminds me of TeamSpeak based off how I know how TeamSpeak works, but I'll have to talk to the Trium about it. Because Trium is the one who runs the Discord server and the tech side of things. So, I just go to him and be like, hey, what do we do? And then he tells me what to do. So, yeah. I'm just a puppet. I'm not the one pulling the strings. Oh. Anyway, but back to the article at hand. A flexible, privacy-forward approach to age assurance. There's no perfect solution to age assurance, and we don't think that's... And we don't think that there should be. Shouldn't there actually be a perfect solution to age assurance, though? So you don't need to have a multitude of things happening. The one is just really super effective and works every single time. Which would be, you know, just keeping kids off the internet. That's my perfect solution in my personal opinion, but I guess I'm biased. I don't exactly want my ID being leaked off Discord. Which is why we're going to be releasing a toolkit of methods designed to prioritize accuracy and privacy. Age inference, reducing friction for adult users. As part of this toolkit, we're introducing age inference to help us determine with high confidence whether a user on the platform is an adult. We leverage technologies to help predict whether a user is an adult with high likelihood based on patterns of user behavior and other signals associated with their account on Discord. For many adult users, this means access to age-restricted content and features without needing to complete an explicit age verification flow. It's a straightforward way for us to maintain age-appropriate experiences. This model is part of our broader toolkit and will continue to improve it as we learn more. This isn't always perfect, and we've tuned the model to be highly accurate. In the event that this user is placed incorrectly in the wrong age group, they can always reconfirm their age or remove the assigned age group through the age assurance flow and update their experience accordingly. AKA AI. They're using AI to figure out your age, like your account age, how you interact, you're reading your DMs, the content that you show interest in, etc., etc. They're going to try their best to figure out if you're an adult or not through AI, like what YouTube does. When YouTube was trying to roll out, there are also adult age verification as well. Whichever one's in a blue moon, YouTube still tries to hit me with, we need to verify your age. And I'm just like, fuck off. Like, you have my credit card information. You have my tax information. You have all this about me. So, why do you need to verify my age again to watch a fucking video? You're not gonna get my, you're not gonna get more information out of me. Fuck you! Goddamn! Well, they're trying to do this over in Discord. And like they said, it's not perfect. So this is where more fun stuff comes in. Additional age assurance methods when needed. We also offer assurance methods through our collaboration with trusted privacy-forward partners. Are they the same ones that have the data leak by chance? Such as facial age estimation and ID scan, all designed to minimize data use and maximize user control. We will continue exploring and validating additional age assurance approaches with the goal of expanding options and giving users choices that work best for them. After completing a chosen method, users will receive confirmation via direct message from our official Discord account. A user's assigned age group can be viewed at any time in My Account settings. Users can also go to My Account settings to appeal by retrying the process. We currently only prompt users to age assure when they are in the Discord app and trying to access age-restricted content or update specific safety settings. We do not send emails or text messages about age assurance process or results. So don't get fucking scammed. Key privacy protections of our age assurance approach include on-device processing. Video selfies or facial age estimation never leave our user's device. Sure. So take a picture of yourself. Dox yourself. Once again. Quick deletion. Identity documents submitted to our vendors are deleted quickly, and in most cases immediately after age confirmation. We know this is not true. Straightforward verification. In most cases, users complete the process once, and their Discord experience adapts to their verified age group. Users may be asked to use multiple methods only when more information is to assign group. Private status. A user's age verification status is only available to that user and cannot be seen by others. I feel like there's probably some sort of way to get around that. There are a bunch of little add-ons and mods that you can add to Discord to do various things. I'm sure some fucking freak will probably make something just to see people's ages to dox them as well. That's just how people work, okay? People are evil by default. There's going to be someone who's going to do this, and there's going to be a bunch of people who are going to utilize it. We're intentional about selecting and working with age assurance partners with strong privacy practices, limit data collection, and directly necessary for age assurance. Yeah, once again, pressing X to doubt. Once again, seeing they had the data breach in October when they did this in the UK and Australia last year. Discord warns users after data stolen and third-party breach. Popular social platform Discord has suffered a data breach, though technically it wasn't Discord itself that was hacked. A third-party customer support provider was compromised, allowing attackers to access Discord user data. Either way, it's Discord users who feel the impact. The breach, which happened on September 20th, didn't involve a direct attack on Discord servers. Instead, attackers gained access to customer support partner. Criminals claimed they breached Zendesk, the help desk service Discord uses for customer support, according to reports. Attackers stole data including real names, Discord usernames, email addresses, and other contact details provided to customer support. The breach appears to have been financially motivated and include a ransom demand. In some cases, limited billing information was also taken, including payment type, the last 4 digits of credit card numbers and purchase histories. Customer IP addresses and messages with support agents were also exposed. So, Discord, are you still planning on using Zendesk as your trusted partner, right? Trusted privacy-forward partner? Because once again, this is them just admitting that it's not themselves that are using a program. They're not to a third party, which even if they did use some sort of program themselves to verify, I still wouldn't trust it. But a third party just makes things even worse. So are you still using Zendesk, or did you move on to somebody better? Yeah. Oh, thank you, Vlad the Impaler, for the raid over Mumble. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you had a good stream, and thank you, mods, for shouting him out for me. I appreciate that. Well, welcome in, everybody. I hope you like Discord. And, anyone else think this update's just another excuse to gather more of your data to lose in a league? Yeah, well, I mean, it is. Like, it's not exactly an excuse for them to lose in a league. They just want to gather your data. That this is just more government surveillance. And I do say government surveillance. Because of the fact that when Discord, like, the key to the internet is anonymity. Being anonymous online is a huge part of why there is the cultural shift. The online right is rising that we are seeing over the past 10 years, right? Anons are the ones that crusaded in Gamergate. And while a lot of the big figures have been doxxed, now use their real name and faces and stuff like that, they are basically the leaders of the movements that are happening on the online right. It's still the Anons that are supporting them, giving them money, retweeting, and basically pushing the narrative as far as possible to make the change. Now, things aren't exactly perfect. When we get into the Super Bowl later, it's a nice example that just because the online right is rising culturally doesn't exactly mean that the big people in power are exactly happy about that. But being anonymous online is essential to actual cultural change across the board. And Discord is mainly, everyone there is anonymous. Nobody actually uses their real name on Discord. Like, even less so than you do see on, like, Twitter, or YouTube. Like, something about Discord culture in general is everyone's anonymous, which is great. It's fantastic. But if you have to dox yourself to get access to key sections of Discord, to be able to function as an actual adult on Discord, then you lose your anonymity. And when that happens, then if something, especially in the case of the UK, right, where it's notorious for the amount of people arrested and jailed for their online posts. Well, these social media companies are forced to work with the government, and so the government goes to them and be like, hey, we want information on such and such individual here because they said the N-word on the internet. Well, then Discord can just hand over that information, and they have it now. It's that simple with it. And then obviously in this case with the whole Zendesk breach that happened back in October, this gets sold off to different people for like social security scams, ID fraud, etc., with it. Everything about digital ID, everything about age verification, when you have to actually show your face or your driver's license or whatever they're making you use, it's just a way to have more control over you and put you more at risk. Because the internet is such a dangerous place, which is more reason to have kids off the internet and not use digital ID. Ugh. So, I guarantee they're going after chuds, incels, anti-feminist, centrist, right, etc. Yes, that's what they're going to be doing. They're not going to be going after the trannies that are grooming children. Right? They're not gonna go after, like, tranny funds in particular. Like, what's the guy's name? The guy who assassinated Charlie Kirk. I'm blanking on the kid's name. Okay, well, that fucking nerd. He was part of some tranny terrorist cell on Discord. He was groomed by another gay man. Tyler Robinson, I believe. And it was all on Discord. Fair. Um, and there's all within the logs. You can find his internet search history about it, and a lot of it was actually on Discord. You constantly hear scandals that are of grooming happening on Discord and also Roblox. Roblox is also the number one that's brought up all the time. They're not going to actually be using this information to go after the child groomers because once again, grooming children is perfectly fine. Apparently, to the government. Like just like okay, go be free, Epstein. Live your best life. Like Diddy, I don't know him. Like it's just the left, like remember because gay people can't actually reproduce. Oh, so they have to groom, and abuse into making more gays, right? Like this happens all the fucking time, and nothing ever happens to it. Well, a 26-year-old dates an 18-year-old has been graduated. Oh, they go after them because it's a normal fucking white couple. That's why. That's why. So it's gonna be the normal person, the average person, someone who's a centrist or on the right, that are all gonna be abused and thrown under the bus with these new regulations. Not that people are actually doing any crime, because it's not about child safety. It's about more control over your life. It's that fucking simple. It's why Discord's pushing for this. It's why YouTube's pushing for this. It's why, like, it's the UK is going for the Online Safety Act. Australia, there's already bills on the working their way in the books on America as well. Like this is a worldwide global phenomenon called globalism, where they want to have more control because, like we talked about COVID earlier in the stream, COVID didn't exactly work out very well for them. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of damage done, so we do live technically in a new normal, but it wasn't the success that they were hoping to do, or at least their success. And so they're just gonna keep on pushing this because the internet is so essential to people that the vast majority are going to capitulate. They're going to hand over the information, just like the 70,000 of them that got lost and leaked back in October, just so they can, for convenience factors. And nothing's going to change. Unfortunately. Well, thank you, Bud Borsik, for being a subby bubby for 9 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dude, I hope I'm not missing too many people who are being subby bubbies for a long period of time. I should probably check the kickback in on a regular basis just to be sure. Because, I often miss it with chat. Yeah, Yukon Hunter, thank you for the subby bubby for 9 months in a row. Thank you as well. My apologies for missing earlier. And Arctic Penguin, did I thank you as well? I feel like I did, but just in case. Thank you. Thanks the Handler for 9 months. Bizbezius for 9 months. Dave 414 4 months. Oh wow, okay. I have missed quite a lot in the past day. My apologies, guys, but thank you everybody. Sorry about that. I need to keep an eye on that a little bit better. But thank you guys for all, regardless, for your support. Thank you. I want to be so sure about nothing changing. Are you in referencing to COVID and how, like, the new normal is not the new normal, or Discord in this case? Because a lot of people aren't happy about this, but who's actually gonna move over if this goes through? Which it will probably go through. Like, we're planning on having a backup. Like, I definitely want to have a backup if this goes through. If it doesn't, then I'll keep on using Discord because it's basically required by streamer law to have a Discord. But like, who else is really actually gonna get rid of the Discord? The vast majority of people won't. So, but I'll continue with this article. It's relatively short. Just a reminder of what happened back in October, because I didn't cover what happened with Discord back in October myself. More concerning is that some users had especially sensitive information stolen. Discord said in its advisory, the unauthorized party also gained access to a small number of government ID images, i.e.g. driver's license passport from users who had appealed an age determination. If your ID may have been accessed, that will be specified in the email you receive. Attacks like this show how large the fallout can be when consumer-focused services are hit. Discord, once known mainly for gaming communities, now hosts more than 200 million monthly active users and is widely used by companies to host customer and community channels. According to vendor risk management firm Rascana, the attackers identified themselves as scattered lapdos hunters (SLH). Leaping Computer reported this too, but later said SLH changed its story, pointing to another group it knows it interacts with. The problem with these kinds of groups is that they often share techniques to keep the members muddying the waters. Rascana described SLH as a coalition, combining tactics from Scatter, Spider, Lapsus, and Shiny Hunters, groups known for stealing data from third-party partners like support vendors or software suppliers. Attacks relied on social engineering rather than malware. Discord disclosed the incident 13 days later on October 3rd, has since revoked its support provider's access, launched an internal investigation with forensics, and notified affected users. The company reminded users that any communication about the breach will come only from noreply@discord.com and that it will never call users directly. So, they don't use Zendex anymore, based off this, is what they claim at least. But it's been a few months, maybe Zendex changed their ways. And who knows, maybe even they don't use Zendesk, whoever their trusted privacy partners are, I still don't trust them. Because if people were interested, if hacker groups were already interested in people's personal information, for in this case for a ransom, probably didn't actually really care that much about the information itself, but they just wanted it for ransom costs. Of just people in the UK essentially. Imagine the whole entire world. How much that would cost, or for even just a ransom, they'll be more incentivized because that means Discord didn't learn the first time around that they're still continuing doing this in the first place. And they're like, this happened in October. Well, September is technically when it happened, September 20th, right? Well, like the UK age verification was back in July, August. UK online safety laws mean platforms with adult content will have robust age verification in place by July. So, July is when it was in place. And then September is when the leak happened. It took them 2 months to do this. Now, it might take them a little bit longer with whatever their other third party is going to be, and with this much information for it. But even if it takes them 6 months, that's still not that long in the scheme of things. And also the fact that they're still having their information. They're going ahead with this just because they can. Just because they can, and they want to have more control over you. And like I said, the vast majority of people, while they might bitch and moan about the situation, will not actually do anything about it. It won't stop using Discord because there's no viable alternative that's actually as good as it, despite of Discord flaws. Nobody has actually figured out which one they're going to switch over to permanently. It's not going to work. The only reason why Kick is successful as an alternative is like the thing about I've been on the internet long enough. I have seen the demonetization. I have seen the deplatforming of so many of my favorite creators, and people I've just heard of before. I have seen so many alternative websites pop up for alternative to YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, etc., etc., and almost every single one of them have been completely unsuccessful except for Kick. And then maybe Rumble. Maybe Rumble. Depends on what your definition of success is, because Rumble lasting this long, in my opinion, is already a success, but not that many people have actually switched over or full alternative for YouTube. Kick is only successful for 2 reasons. One, they've actually invested a shit ton of money into it, mostly from gambling, but hey, money is money. It is what it is. At that point. And 2, because of how much money they invested in it, because, well, actually, sorry, 3 reasons. Because leads to the second reason, Twitch is such a fucking shithole that everybody recognizes as they hate it so much, and they keep making worse and worse policies. It already has an incentive for people to jump ship, which then leads to 3 is between the money and investment that they put in and the fact that people already dislike Twitch, they're able to get big name creators to join Kick, but that was a long-term process that's taken Kick years, and it only wasn't like last year that people like Asmin started really, and Tectone's been streaming on Twitch. Sorry, Kick, and there. And it was really those names being brought over that made Kick a better alternative. Because once you have the big names and more people on there, that incentivizes everybody else to utilize Kick more and more. But it's taken, like I said, Kick years and a shit ton of investment. Every single alternative never actually has the investment, because usually a bunch of random guys, coding in their basement, trying to make something good, which is better than fucking nothing. But if there's a bunch of bugs, or if it's broken, nobody wants to utilize it, doesn't have half the features of the alternative they're trying to be, nobody's gonna do it. Unfortunately, people prioritize convenience over everything else. And once again, we don't have that for Discord. Maybe if TeamSpeak got their shit together, they could. And the guy who runs the TeamSpeak Twitter page is well aware of it too. He's fucking hilarious. I just follow TeamSpeak Twitter page just for the fucking memes. It's peak. But at the end of the day, he's just a Twitter guy. He said as many times before, he can just put down recommendations, but if they actually go through with it, well, that's on the team themselves. That's on the dev team. And, well, that's easier said than done when you don't have the money to fund it. Yeah. Thank you, all demons must die, for the $9.99. Thank you. Thank you. Japan voting overwhelmingly against globalism and multiculturalism gives me hope. Yes, that is a white pill that I'm not going to give you guys today. I'm sorry. I don't know Japanese politics very well, so I've been debating on talking about it or not. Because it is a white pill, and so part of me is like, I should talk about that. That's a white pill. The other part is, I don't know anything about Japanese politics, so I don't really want to put my foot in my mouth even more than I already do on a regular basis. Also, Discord dropped this fucking nuke today, and that's a more pressing, I don't say, not pressing, but it's more a direct issue that affects me and the community and just people in general, if that makes sense. I mean, I don't want to say that, because obviously what happens in Japan actually affects the rest of the world. This is anime. It's such a cultural dominant force over, and so them getting rid of the immigrants, having the biggest right-wing wave since the end of World War II, was actually pretty important overall. But I want to get more information first. Like, probably be better to do like a react video on it, where like somebody else explains the situation to me, so I can like go from there and understand it better, if that makes sense. But overall, it sounds like a pretty good. So there we go. Here's the white pill chat that I'm aware of. Japan has basically voted against immigration because they voted for the biggest right-wing, biggest right-wing wave since the end of World War II, is what I've heard. Because they're tired of the immigrants, the little bit that they've had. Excuse me. Absolutely fucking based, by the way. Wish we could do that here. Yeah. But to finish this Discord article, because there's only a few more paragraphs left, and this will finish it. Discord Teen Council. Building with teens, not just for them. Safety features work best when they are informed by the people they're meant to support. That's why we're excited to share that we're launching Discord First Teen Council, with recruitment opening to teens 13 to 17 years old, beginning in the United States. Applications will be open until May 26th. The Teen Council will bring real teen perspectives directly into safety, well-being, and experience discussions, helping shape future features and platform updates. It's an important step toward ensuring Discord continues to reflect what teens actually want, need, and enjoy, not just what adults think they need. Go here to fill out the application. We will be announcing the Teen Council's formation and top council priorities late summer 2026. I still think it's just a way to groom kids. I still think this is another way to possibly groom kids. Somebody in the Discord higher ups or whoever's handling this, at least one person's probably gonna be abusing their role. We're gonna have a scandal in like the next year of some sort of Discord dev or fuck I don't know manager trying to get with a 14-year-old. You can almost guarantee it. Like fucking hell. And like, what are the teens gonna actually say? Like, they're not gonna exactly be fans of this because nobody actually likes digital ID other than the government. Not even leftists thoroughly enjoy digital ID. Like, I mean, they do to a certain degree because they like how they can use it to attack the right and get them jailed. But they don't like it being utilized on them. So, what are the teens gonna be saying here? Like some skibbity toilets? Is that a thing? Still these days? I don't know what's hip with the kids. Like, I mean, it might be actually a good thing, because maybe it'll make improvements, but who's actually going to apply and do this? Because most teens are not actually going to put in the effort. If anything, it's going to be the activist teens that have been completely brainwashed by, I was going to say social justice, but that's an old term, by, let's say, woke. Instead, those 16-year-olds, they, them, non-binary females, that were molested as a child, they're the ones gonna be actually applying because they're gonna feel like they're doing something important with their lives. They're gonna make some safe spaces. Those are the ones that are probably gonna be joining. Ugh. I'm all skibbity toilets unk status. Okay, I'm apparently I'm unk status now. I don't know how, but apparently I am. Sorry, I'm stretching. 6-7 is a new thing. Yeah, I'm unfortunately painfully aware about 6-7 being the new thing. Seeing that if I ever say 6-7 in chat, Growski and 2 other retards are gonna be the ones. 6-7! 6-7! And the only thing I know about it is that apparently it's based off a rap song, which just means more ghetto culture, which means more of the ghettification of the internet. And I just want to shoot them all. Ugh. Fuck. Like, okay, small rant. I know I need to finish the last 2 paragraphs of this, but I hate how fucking black the internet has gotten. Like, I get there's always gonna be, like, internet lingo and, like, code words and all these other, like, different fun things that happen in memes. And maybe this is my grandma status really going off now. But, like, I feel like with every single passing little fad, it becomes more and more black. More and more black is ebonics, there we go, is what's the internet's becoming. Which, you know, I get some of them are actually kind of funny because, you know, laughing at black people's kind of funny. But it's just, can we not? Can we not have ebonics in my internet, please? I mean, and I say this as somebody who eventually does adopt a bit internet lingo, because once you're exposed to it enough, you eventually do, right? Like, I don't know, crash out, or, God, I caught myself the other day while I was playing Genshin saying something, fuck, what was it? I'm blanking on it. But I was just like, hold on, wait a second. There. So like that does typically happen, but oh no, I just hate how the internet is becoming more and more filled with ebonics. Yeah, like the Giat, Diddy Blood. Well, let's see what else. Obviously, fuck. I'm trying to think of other ones. Yeah, so saying ass is like instead, like AHH. And it's like, why? It took me way too long to figure out what meant. I thought it was just somebody being like hyper, not, fuck. Just kind of being a little bit like, what's the right word? Sorry, I'm blanking right now. But it's a little bit like sarcastic, I guess, in a way. Like, oh, look at this thing, you know, like, oh, yeah, well, I don't know how to properly describe it that much. I'm sorry. Oh, but then it was like, wait, it's ass? What? Ugh. Amal's at games, apparently. Um. Oh Jesus Christ! So I've seen this graph before. And it's just a nice little black pill. Once again, because there's not enough black peoples on the screen, on the stream. But number of people using the internet. Number of people who use the internet in the last 3 months. And it has a little like trends of how many, like the millions of people versus the years. United States, it was the leader for such a long time, and all of a sudden in 2015, it just, we basically were completely overtaken. I mean, it was already rising, unfortunately, like in 2005 and 2010. But once 2015 hit, roughly, that's when it just, everybody else just fucking jumped in Africa and India. And now we wonder why the internet's such fucking shit. I mean, there's many reasons why the internet's absolute shit. But this is one of them, because literal shits are on the internet. Minecraft looking up. Yeah. Fucking hell. So now we wonder why AI slop is so popular. Because the Browns have completely taken over. Like, it kind of makes sense that the US would eventually plateau. Because at a certain point you reach max market for one area. And you need to expand to the other continents and countries. But does it really have to be the Browns? Maybe like South America? Because, well, I'm not a big fan of South America, and I know it's a shithole in itself. South America is still better than India and Africa. Can we like do that instead? No? Okay, fine. 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 But I'll finally end the last of this article because it's been taking me forever to get through it because I keep on tangenting. Looking ahead, Discord's teen appropriate experience by default builds on Discord's broader safety ecosystem, which includes tools and resources such as Ignore, Family Center, Teen Safety Assist, a warning system, Guardian's Guide, and more. Together, these efforts reflect Discord's commitment to creating privacy-forward, age-appropriate experiences that empower teens to engage thoughtfully, connect meaningfully, and develop lifelong digital well-being skills. That being said, this ongoing work, and we're not done. In months ahead, once everything gets leaked again, we'll be introducing additional safety features and updates as part of our broader commitment to teen safety and well-being in Discord. Building a safer Discord takes continual and collaborative effort. We're committed to doing that work thoughtfully and alongside the community to make Discord special. Okay, so we'll be using additional safety features and updates. So you're gonna add more to this list, then. Are you fucking serious? Like, right now, this is not enough to really, like, affect most people. Because it's a little bit more niche areas. The only thing would be the age-gated spaces because, you know, how many porn channels exist on Discord. But other than that, most of it's not that actually big of a deal. All things considered. But if they're going to be expanding this even more in the next few months with safety features and updates, yeah, no, it's going to be worse. It might actually be the death of Discord then, but still people will cling on until a alternative is there. Thank you, Ryan, for the being a member for 1 month now. Thank you. Notice that when scientists put a chimpanzee to be raised with a boy to see if the chimp would be smarter, he did not. The kid got stupider. Yes, I remember that. I remember hearing about that, and it's like, okay, even more reasons not to homeschool my, to homeschool my kid. I mean, we already know the common denominator. The common core education is making kids worse. But putting them around little monkey is not going to be solving the problem, that's for sure. So, let me here. In 6 months, the only people using Discord will be the Roblox Bloomers calling it now. I don't think 6 months. I think it'll be a few years. Once again, even if they're going to be expanding upon this, I know I've said this a million times at this point, but until an alternative comes, an actual good alternative, nobody's going to actually jump ship. I've heard Steam chat's actually pretty decent, but I have not looked into it. Obviously, TeamSpeak is there, and that seems to be the most like popular one. And then like people mentioned Mastodon earlier. I saw like Mumble mentioned in chat. At first, I thought that was a typo for Rumble, but apparently, it's an actual thing. So there's like alternatives out there, but none of them are actually as big or big enough and decent enough for what's needed. Case. Yeah, I think I had another tab about this, didn't I? I had more tabs about this. Yeah, so this is back to the whole data breach thing. Said it a bit earlier, my apology. But yeah, 7,000 government issued IDs, passport driver's license needed for age verification or appeals, emails, username, support tickets, details, and partial payment for users or context. So that was more details for what happened in the article with the data breach. Literally terabytes of data. Terabytes of data being fucking leaked last time. Great, not great. This is about the AI stuff. Okay, so I think that's pretty much it. I know when this was happening last year that people were using like Gmod. Oh my god, stop with the fucking ghetto music. Speaking of fucking and was. That fucking sucked. But yeah, they're using Gary's mod for the age verification stuff. But I'm sure they probably learned their lesson for this time around. It's been enough time, and they want the actual genuine IDs so they can dox people that way. Okay, so speaking of doxing people for wrong political takes, Super Bowl was yesterday. Now, I don't care about the Super Bowl at all. I have never been interested in the Super Bowl, but I don't like watching sports. I've always much preferred playing sports myself. I always thought watching sports was boring, personally. And I never got into football at all. I always thought football was the most overrated, most boring sport of them all. But I think it's because it was so popular, and I'm not exactly a fan of popular things in general. There. So I don't really care about the Super Bowl. But unfortunately, the vast majority of America, including my dad, cares about Super Bowl. And every single year, it gets worse and worse and worse. Every single fucking year, it gets worse. I swear to God. Because everyone likes the Super Bowl because of the halftime show, right? Where there's supposed to be a cool concert, cool effects. Apparently, this is the one time where people actually like enjoying watching ads. Because the ads are supposed to be like super like high quality and funny. I remember like memes used to be spawned from Super Bowl ads way back in the day because of this, which I also never fully understood. Why would you actually want to watch an ad? The whole point of an ad is that they're supposed to make you buy fucking random shit you don't need. But that was always my mentality for this stuff. However, it is a cultural force. Now I know a lot of people don't like sports ball. And I will have to defend the Super Bowl before we actually get into criticizing it. Bear with me here. Bear with me. Okay. Football in particular is a huge part of American culture. Huge part. It's a sport that we actually created ourselves. Also, we took inspiration from different sports, but it's something that we actually created. It is American sport through and through. And it is good entertainment. Just like how, we like watching, anime and playing video games. The older generations like watching sports because they didn't have video games. This is their TV. This is their entertainment. I mean, you still have people who go to like college football games, or school football games in general. and sports stuff as well as entertainment. And it's a very basic bitch tribalism too, because despite how, we're not supposed to be racist and sexist and everything else like that, people are tribalistic by default. So by picking a team, you defend that team like it's your tribe. It's a good way for people to connect and have fun, right? Before the internet was really as big as it was, Super Bowl parties were great ways to hang out with your friends and co-workers if you had that good of a relationship with them. Where you go to somebody's house, you actually see people IRL in real life, drink, have good food. It's a huge cultural event. It's massive. Now, unfortunately, as the years have gone by, that's dropped and nobody really does that stuff anymore. But having IRL parties and events for friends and families is essential for people to survive. Being atomized online is not healthy. I mean, we always, I know we talk about the dating scene a lot, but just depression in general is a huge issue with modern society. Not to sound like a fucking leftist here talking about depression all the time. But when people are atomized, when people don't have real IRL friends, when people don't actually interact with each other and touch each other, and yes, I do mean touch each other, no homo here, but being touch-starved is not healthy. When people don't actually talk to their friends and family, that makes people very isolated and extremely depressed. And that eventually lead to the dating scene and how bad it is as well. And the Super Bowl is one of the biggest cultural forces in America because it has such an event it is. Even if I personally don't like watching sports and find it boring, I can recognize that it is the entertainment of the older generation. And it actually is pretty important and essential to having a community. So seeing it being degraded and thrown out the window and turn into fucking Inwa ball and the massive amount of DEI and the amount of propaganda that goes into it because it is such a big cultural force is actually quite sad. And I do want to change it. I don't want to throw it out the window. I want to revert it back to what it was originally supposed to be. Want a white sport. Can we please get the Browns out of it? I fucking beg you. But then again, I want the Browns out of everything. Have the Super Bowl parties. Don't have, I guess, the funny ads. Have a good halftime show of actual good musicians that actually represent what Americans are. What happened to rock bands? Why is it all this N-Walk fucking crap once again? I mean, I know why it is, but still. It's actually quite depressing and frustrating to see such a massive piece of American culture just be thrown into the gutter like this. Just for some brownoids. Now, I would say, don't watch the Super Bowl nowadays, obviously. Don't watch the Super Bowl in the past 10 years, and if you are still watching the Super Bowl in the year of our Lord 2026, you need assistance. Actually, you are fucking brain-dead, retarded goy cattle going on there. But just because the Super Bowl is absolute dog shit nowadays doesn't mean I want it to be. Doesn't mean I don't want it to be better and what it's supposed to be. It's the same fucking mentality that I hate when people talk about New York City and California, being needs to be lost at sea, or we need to wall it off and let them kill themselves. In that case, no. California and New York City are America. It's part of the United States of America. They're big. They have big cities. They're huge parts of our economy. California is basically paradise. New York City is one of the oldest cities in the United States in general. These are essential parts to America. Letting it being overrun and invaded by brown foreigners is not the solution. Because they will, everything the brown foreigners touch, it will turn into fucking ass and be broken down and completely unusable. And just a shell, at bare minimum, shell of what it used to be. That's not giving it up to them, weak fucking pussies, is not the solution. We need to take it back. Same thing with the Super Bowl. Anything that's been completely taken over by DEI, and globalism needs to be taken back even by force. No, not actual violence force, because, violence bad. But taking over strongly by some cultural dominance. You know, some politician, something along those lines. Somebody who actually has the power to do so. There. Not just giving it up to the hordes of Browns. Like this account on Twitter says, Green Day shits on Ice Agent. Black National Anthem, halftime show in Spanish. They're not playing the book anytime away soon. This is important to keep in mind. Because while the online right is definitely rising, and it's a powerful force, and it is affecting certain things, like the whole the boycotting of Bud Light a few years ago. I think it was in like 2023 with Dylan Mulvaney, that fucking tranny. That was actually, pretty impressive that the right was able to do so. Fuck, even my dad boycotted it. I remember we went to the store together because we were going to get something for like a birthday party or something along those lines, and he wanted to get some beer, and he was looking at the beer prices trying to figure out which ones to get, and I was like, I kind of like half joked because I didn't want to like fully cross the waters there about like, getting Bud Light. He's like, yeah, no, we're not getting Bud Light. And I was like, oh, okay, so he's actually aware of what's happening. Interesting. I mean, I know all he does is watch Fox News, but still. It would, so like, there's definitely some power that the online right has. But at the end of the day, it's all based off what the globalists want us to do. And they want us to become completely replaced by brownoids. They want us to just eat, the goy slop. Let the cattle keep on grazing in the dead grass further and further, as long as possible. There's a whole bridge thing that exists where multiple companies and lawyers work together to get around Trump's executive orders to push even more DEI and to make it less likely to be observed and seen and pointed out. Like, the whole point is to completely eradicate white people when we're already about 6 to 7% of the world's population. We are the true minority and the ones that actually built civilization. And yet the mainstream media, the main entertainment for regular normies, will keep on pushing this fucking slop, anti-ICE sentiment, raising the blacks, even though Black Lives Matter is basically dead at this point, though. We'll wait until the next election year. They always raise their heads. Raise their heads every election year. Trying to hold this whole Spanish thing, shove it down our throats. As much as possible. As much as possible. It's not going to be easy to completely eradicate it. Sadly. I do want to note, though, before we get into the whole Bad Bunny situation in itself, that I remember when I was a kid, I was told that, like, when I was an adult, people would be speaking Spanish because of how much it was growing. Because, like, Spanish is one of the, like, popular, essential classes, like, because you're supposed to take, like, a foreign language in high school in particular. And even my elementary school tried to, like, teach us Spanish too, because it was such a popular language and growing so fast. And back then I just hated it because, one, I'm not really good at learning languages. Something about my brain just mentally stops me from learning languages. I actively rejected it because I didn't fucking care. It's like, I don't care if half the population speaks Spanish by the time I'm an adult. I don't want to fucking speak Spanish. English is just fine. Everybody speaks English as it is already. I'll just keep on speaking English. Even as a kid, I was already not liking Spanish. Now, granted, I probably had a vendetta because my mom tried to teach me Spanish, and that was the horrible fucking experience of my life. That I will get into now. But so I already had a vendetta against Spanishes in general. But even then, as a kid, I was like, no, we already speak English. We don't need to speak Spanish. And then when I got into high school, I was like, I'm gonna learn French instead. I don't remember any of the French, by the way. Like I said, me and languages don't get along very well. I can barely even speak English. Uh, but it's just seeing this god awful, which I'm not gonna play, by the way. I'm not actually gonna play the music because YouTube would fucking have my head if I did. I'm kind of worried if I can even show the clip because they had the whole like AI thing where they can read what, you know, figure out what you're showing on stream. But like I did actually watch the music video of him singing here. I'm just like, fucking hell. It's literally all in Spanish. It's literally all in fucking Spanish too. They have these, you know, all the, and every single person is brown. And I just can't fucking believe it. I mean, I can, but it's just like, fucking hell here. Ugh. If we start learning Spanish, there's another one for the invaders. Exactly. Like, I saw like Asmongold made a tweet about how they're just trying to get into a different market because it's been oversaturated by, you know, white Americans that already like watch Super Bowl. But the thing is, and I'm gonna disagree with this take, and maybe it's changed since in like a day or two since I saw it, but I don't fucking care. Like, I don't care about the market here. I care about the demographic replacement that's happening in real time, and this is being just propaganda here. Because that's exactly what it is. Like, there's already white Americans that are, you know, already invested in the Super Bowl. Unfortunately, people like my dad. And that's the actual market right there. If you have their halftime show in Spanish, then and they don't understand it because they're Americans and they speak English, then you're going to be losing the majority market that you already have. On top of that, the Spics don't watch the Super Bowl. Like, they don't watch. This once again goes back to this in American culture. Like the fish doesn't understand that they're swimming in water because they're so used to it. But believe it or not, white people do have a culture. Americans do have a culture, and but the blacks don't really get like. I mean, they do like Super Bowl. They do like football in the sense that they can be violent when they play it. Right. So some of the brownoids do actually like football in general, but the Mexicans don't. They have their own fucking shit that they do because once again they're not actually Americans, right? The Asians don't care about the Super Bowl because once again they're not actually American, and even the blacks, only a certain number of them actually care about the Super Bowl too. Like, it's not about expanding the market. If you make something for everyone, then it's for no one. Or in this case, if you make something to appeal to a whole new demographic, a new market, it's completely unrelated to the one that you already have established for literally decades now, then you're gonna basically remove your old market, and you're not gonna appeal to the people who would have already been interested in by default. Because if they would have liked what Super Bowl is, normally they would have joined. You don't have to change the thing for more people to join. You're just gonna lose your old market, and you're not gonna be able to get the new market. Thank you, Canis Lupus Mechanus, for Sully Baby for 9 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Latins mostly watch soccer, yeah. I think they have their own shit that they do. Not football. Well, I guess it's mainly called football there, not soccer, but whatever. That's a stupid little point. And then on top of this too, this is some sort of Puerto Rican here. Never heard of this guy until the whole performance. His name is Bad Bunny. And, like I said, I can't actually play the music video because copyright issues. But, horrible fucking song. Yeah, like, yeah, I'm racist and biased, clearly. But, like, it's not even good. Like, you can listen to, like, Japanese music, or, like, K-pop, or J-pop or K-pop, right? And even though you can't understand the lyrics, you can be like, you know, hey, you know, this is catchy. You can kind of bop your head to the song or something like that. You can't even deal with this. This is, like, basic bitch ghetto, music, essentially, with how the beat works. And he's mumbling so much you can't understand him. It's ass. Absolutely yes. And then the cherry on top is that he spends this whole part as a music video. I call it a music video because this is not exactly a great performance to have for people who have spent thousands of dollars to be sitting in the stands. On top of that, he has people holding the American flag, but the person in front is having the Puerto Rican flag, and more people come out with the other fucking brown flags here. And in the background, obviously, the whole sign says the only thing more powerful than hate is love. The whole entire messaging is that there's no actual real America. It's all these fucking foreigners here that's supposed to be American. They're all brown, too. That make up America. And there's not a single white person through the entirety of the performance, either. They're all brown, some sort of shade of brown. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. What the messaging is. That there's no true America. No, there's everybody, whenever you say someone's American, you don't have the thought, like a black person doesn't flash in their mind. A Mexican person doesn't flash in their mind. No, it's a white American. Because Americans are white people of English and German descent. Mainly English, though. With, like, parts of the, like, the Midwest, like, being more German because of how that kind of worked out. But it's basically the English that settled America. They're the founders of America. We are the descendants of the English. Now, since it's been 200 fucking plus years now, we have become our own people with our own culture. Like I said, a Super Bowl is part of American culture. You don't see them celebrating the Super Bowl over in the UK, do you? And we don't celebrate their soccer games over there. Over here, I should say. Like, we are all completely our own people. If Ukraine, poor little innocent Ukrainians who have been, independent for 60 years, are being oppressed by big baddie Russia, and they need their independence, then America, who's been around for 250 years, can be independent too. Fuck you. Also, would like to point out that everyone's American, but they also hate Americans and we're on stolen land. The inconsistencies with their logic are constantly pointed out every single time, but they don't care. They just want to point out that everything about the propaganda and messaging is just to try to throw white people out. They hate white people with a burning fucking passion. And it's clear as fucking day. Clear as day. I mean, like, here's more images or more of the video. Once again, can't actually play the music because of, YouTube would have my head. Once again, just a bunch of fucking brown whores doing brown whore moves and shit. And a little bit of gay sex happening too. All dancing and just celebrating the N-ball ball. Not a single white person in sight. A bunch of browns. Here. Oh, here, and also, if you want to see gay sex, here's your gay sex. Literally takes a tire, wheels it up to the guy, and then they start grinding on each other. Like, I don't know if that was planned or not. I'm assuming it is, because all this stuff is choreographed, months in advance. But just gyrating their dicks on each other. Did you know that the Browns have high rates of homosexuality? Just fun little fact there. They really like fucking each other in the ass. Even though they like to act all big and tough and gangsta. Something about them just really just... They love dick. Which, I mean, I can understand why, because I also like it too. But I'm a woman, and that's normal. I'm not a faggot. So... Also, the sign says Perot in the background. I don't even know what that means. Once again, all backed up being all in fucking Spanish here. Goddamn sloppinish. Ugh. Fucking hell. Also, I wanted to point out, now, granted, I don't completely feel bad for the people who spent thousands of dollars to be in the stands for the Super Bowl. Because, once again, if you still watch Super Bowl in the year of our Lord 2026, you need God's assistance. Actually, I don't even know God can even help you at that point, because this Inwa Bowl has been going on for years now, since basically 2016. 2016 was a big like cultural snap that happened there. So I think it's got worse, and also in 2020 as well, with the whole like kneeling down for Black Lives Matter and George Floyd and everything like that. Plus, aren't like 3/4 of the players black now too? Like, it really is just the N-wall bull. It's absolutely disgusting. But this was completely made. This whole scene with him was completely made for the internet. It's a music video with how it was recorded, because for the people in the stands who spent literally thousands upon thousands of dollars for these really expensive seats, because once again, the Super Bowl is one of the biggest cultural events that happen in America, because it is American culture, right? This is American sport made by white Americans. This is what they see. A POV, you're watching Bad Bunny's halftime performance from the stands. Like, they can't fucking see shit because of the bushes. Which are, by the way, real people. Also, I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit real quick. But you can barely hear him in the stands, and the crowd is fucking silent. Okay. That's not risking it for the biscuit. Hold on. I don't know exactly where, but basically, the crowd is very, very quiet. You're gonna have to trust me, bro, for this, because like I said, I can't actually play the audio for it. But they just don't fucking care. They just don't care. Which, granted, I'm sure large part of it is because they can't actually see what the hell's going on. They just have these horrors dancing there for a little bit. People running off to the side because they're moving on from their positions. Like, it's a stage play. Except the stage play is supposed to be for the people in the stands who spent thousands upon thousands of dollars to see this performance. Because the Super Bowl halftime show is one of the biggest parts about the Super Bowl itself. So, and then you see the girls that were standing there for ages finally walking down, doing this. Is literally like behind the scenes of watching a play at the theater, except this is one fucking gross ass theater, and you're probably gonna get an STD from sitting in the seats. Huh. Like, does this look entertaining to you? Because if I saw this, if I spent God knows how much money to watch this shit, I would be fucking pissed. Like, at least the nosebleeds for a concert, at least you know that you're paying $60 for like a nosebleed ticket, and you're not gonna probably get a really good view out of it. Just because, you know, you've paid, you know, the cheapest amount of the money you can just to even go to the concert in the first place. But well, these seats cost so much fucking money. And look, also, I want to point out too, obviously you can't exactly see the faces of people, but even in the background, it's completely white. Completely fucking white people. Even, you can simply just tell it's full of white people. Not a single brown person in sight being in the stand. Just consuming the goy slop as they are being promoted for the replacement. It's white people that are the ones that are rich enough to be in the stands. It's white people funding the Super Bowl, being in the stands, buying the merch, you know, taking apart this, because once again, it's white American culture. That's what the Super Bowl is. Meanwhile, they're giving this horrible performance by a Puerto Rican that hates America. They can't even see the performance in the first place. There's a bunch of brownoids seductively dancing, and he's got all those flags that, well, granted, I guess they can't really see because of the bushes, talking about how, you know, America's for everyone, and not actually for the white Americans that built America themselves. I mean, even the zooming out, once again, white people, for as far as I can see. Granted, lots of boomers too, which is not that surprising. Oh. Like, it pisses me off to no end. I don't even like the Super Bowl. But to see this just something that's so purely American would be utterly destroyed. in the name of, well, the rest of the fucking world. I don't want to call them minorities. I don't want to call it diversity. There's nothing diverse about this. White people are a minority. They are only 7% of the world population. The white people only live in Europe, Canada, America, Australia. And yet, we are being forced upon us 1,000 times over and 1,000 times over again. What the fuck is this scene right here? She's fucking pegging him! God damn! Oh, okay, now he's pegging her. Ugh. Like, this is absolute fucking degeneracy that's happening here. Which I guess is most brown culture. Fucking hell. Everyone's just gyrating on each other. Finally, people in the stands actually have a performance. And it's just a bunch of twerking and brown fucking shit. And it's only at this side of the stands, not these people. They still can't say anything. Ugh. '90s hip-hop destroyed the music business forever? Yeah, pretty much. Just Browns in general destroyed the music business. All that and the nachos are still $90? Yeah. Yeah, keep in mind, the seats themselves are expensive, but the merch is expensive. The food's expensive because you're there for hours on end, so you definitely want to be eating. Like, and the whole entire thing, the fact that you're usually flying out, and from where you normally live, everything about this is extremely expensive. And only white people can afford it because only white people are actually the net contributors to society. And they're funding their own fucking replacement here. And I just... There's no other term to call other than goy slop in this case. Like, it pisses me off to no end. Oh. Fuck. Samba TV reported a 39% drop in viewers between this year and last year's halftime show. Good. I don't know what Samba TV is, so I'll have to take your word for that there. But, like... Good. I imagine it's probably been dropping every year. Because, like, once again, the Super Bowl is no longer a huge party. Right? Like, I don't... Maybe I'm too insulated with where I currently live. But there's no longer Super Bowl parties. I know, like, my family used to have it before. Not specifically, like, my dad, but, like, my other family members, did. And stuff. And I don't hear about that stuff anymore. At all. Like, it seems like that's kind of dying out because more people like watch for the game and then dip for now the halftime show in the ads, because the ads are also getting worse too. Granted, once again, I don't know why you would want to watch ads in first place, but still, in this case, like I'm sure I haven't talked to my dad today, and I don't know if he actually did watch the Super Bowl last night. I'm assuming he did because this is something he normally does. I don't really like talking politics with him just because it's such a messy thing. But I know in my dad's case, if he were to watch the Super Bowl, it'd because of the actual football game itself, because he actually does like football a lot. You know, he's got his favorite team. He's got sweatshirts and shirts for his favorite football team. Granted, he prefers college football, which I guess this is what football is, right? This is like, no, wait, yeah, college football and then professional, and stuff. Like, he actually likes football for watching the game himself, but then again, he used to be a football player, but way back in his youth. But back where America was still like 85 to 90% white. Oh. The amount of people I know that did tuned out until the game, having different TV on for other shows, TPSU halftime show. Okay, that's base. See? Like, I still don't really like it when people watch a football for the game, because it really is just NWA Bob seeing that half to like 3/4 of the player are now black. It's completely been dominated by blacks, and it's definitely been shown. It's not, I know part of it is DEI, but it really just seems like it's been a trend that's been going on for even before DI was like a huge push back in like 10 years ago. Granted, it's also been in place longer than 10 years ago, but still, you know what I mean. But at least I can respect it more than people who are watching the halftime show. And I definitely, and anybody who watches the game and sticks around for the halftime show just because, I don't respect it either, because you're still giving them viewership. So, does anyone care about hockey anymore? No. But then again, like, I don't live in an area where people actually like hockey. Hockey is a very, like, niche sport. It's also a very white sport, too, which is great. But most of, like, I don't know. Hockey was, at least in my lifetime, and granted, I am a zoomer. I am young. Was never really a big sport. It's always football was like the biggest one. And then probably basketball being second. And then after that, nobody cares. Because in basketball, there's what, the NBA, I think? Where they had the whole brackets that happened, like in March. Like March Madness, there we go. Well, like, there's that happens. And once again, that's completely been taken over by Browns as well. Which fucking sucks. But other than that, nobody really cares about other sports. I've always loved baseball. Yeah, I know baseball exists, but at least in my area, like, nobody really cares about baseball. Like, you'll have baseball games on in, like, bars, but not really anywhere else. Like, nobody really talks about baseball. Nobody really, like, collects baseball cards anymore. So, that kind of deal. But that's where I live. It might be different in other places, depending on, I guess, how white it is. Unfortunately, my area is more brown than I care for, that's for sure. Oh, I guess technically NASCAR is really popular. I guess depending on the demographic too. Like, I know my dad really likes NASCAR. NASCAR, out of all the sports, quote unquote, which I don't know if I would call it a sport, to be honest. Like, it was always the most boring to me. What do you mean you like watching cars driving around in a circle? Oh, every once in a while there might be an accident? Okay, I don't really like... Okay, maybe it's a woman thing, but I don't really like watching people get hurt and possibly dying. So, I've always found NASCAR really boring, but my dad loves NASCAR, and NASCAR is pretty big here. So, probably put it on par with basketball. And then if wrestling has its niches, like, usually you can kind of meet, like, a wrestling guy. But it's not, yeah, not the same. They're taking a left turn! And then they take another left turn! And they're taking another left turn! Sorry to anybody who likes NASCAR, but fucking hell, dude. I mean, I'm of the Epstein belief of just letting people enjoy things. But man, it's not for me. Was most definitely a sport. Put some respect on that name. I mean, it definitely takes some sort of skill to a certain degree, but it's not the same as, like, actual active sports. So, you know. So, oh, professional wrestling or Olympic wrestling? Only one's a sport. Professional wrestling. I know a lot of that's fake and gay. Oh. Grand Prix is better, there's more crashes. See, once again, maybe it's my vagina, but I don't like people getting hurt and dying. Like, I'm okay with it if it happens, because, like, I understand that people die, people get into accidents, like, if there's a source-related injury, or, like, war, or whatever the case is what it is. But when, like, the main part of the entertainment is people hurting each other, I don't know, this is not my cup of tea. Then again, I like action related video games where I'm the one hurting people. So there's the difference there. I like committing mass murder personally for myself on my own time. Oh. Yeah. Did you know that half or more of the pit crews are recorded at NFL or other sports? No. But I just know with cars, you just go in a circle. We go zoom, 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 zoom. I've always been partial to the Winter Olympics opposed to Summer Olympics. Winters are better there. I've never really watched the Olympics before. It was at least my house. Granted, my childhood and upbringing is definitely a lot more sheltered. But it was never really a big deal. Here, but I have enjoyed the Winter Olympics before when I have seen it here and there, because it is, I don't know, cooler. But, once again, sports is not exactly something I enjoy watching. I prefer actually playing the sport myself. The problem, I think, is that most people don't get that it's much more entertaining when you go watch the Daytona 500 in the stands instead of home. I mean, I bet. There's definitely a lot of things that are more entertaining when you actually partake in it in more than a TV screen. But I wouldn't know, because if I get invited to a NASCAR game, it's gonna be a hard fucking no. The only people hyped up for the Olympics when I was growing up was Mexicans. Really? I don't know anyone who's actually really hyped up for the Olympics. Everyone's always hyped up for the Olympics after the Olympics are over, right? When, like, people have the gold medals. Whoever wins gets the gold medal. Or like that one Turkish shooter that, you know, just was able to get like a perfect score with a straight face and just look completely badass. So, like, that's about it. Thank you, Isengard, for the $2 dose. Thank you. If to be fair to NASCAR, nobody's died since 2001. I mean, that's good. I'm glad no one's died since then. But, you know, once again, I don't exactly support, you know, people dying because violence bad. And thank you, Anime Acumen, for the $2 dose. Thank you. It's Amal! Yes, it's me! Alamal! Thank you. Hopefully I didn't miss any other super chats. I was kind of yapping there for a minute. Archery isn't bad either in the Olympics. Well, see, that's another thing where I definitely couldn't watch archery because I'll be like itching to actually do it myself. I love archery, even though I haven't done it since I was a kid. Because like going back to like what I talked about earlier about begging my parents to get me into archery. Like, my parents put me literally everything. So they put me, especially my mom put me in so many things I absolutely hated, like Girl Scouts and dance and like other fucking stupid girly shit. And which I disliked. I hated so much. But I was like, the one thing that I actually wanted to get involved in was archery, and I couldn't do it. And then they considered, I remember one time we went to like a sporting store, and with my dad, he was considering buying me a bow until he looked at the price of the bows and he said no. And so I was like, oh, okay. So, yeah. I just never got into it myself either because it's expensive as well. If my dad's, I don't remember the cost of the bow now, but it's probably more than I would want to pay for, frankly. Scouts, you mean cookie slaves? Yes, I was a cookie slave. I was a good cookie slave too. I could sell those Girl Scout cookies like a motherfucker. Oh. Oh, I'm not even kidding. I was actually really good. It's kind of crazy. I was a really good sales kid when I was a kid. Cause even my school had something that we had to sell, help support like the local schools and stuff. And I was always top. I was always number one when it came to that. And when it came to Girl Scout cookies, I was always like number 1 and number 2 as well. I was really good at it when I was a kid. But then I got older and my sales just went out the window. Because I really hate trying to make people buy shit they don't need. I have a horrible, like, moral conundrum, moral qualm when it comes to trying to make people buy stuff they don't need. Because it's such a waste of money. At least cookies taste good, right? Like, when I got into sales, I was just like, fuck, how do I justify this? I mean, I figured it out, and I was actually good at sales too. Funnily enough, but I struggle with it a lot more than what I did as a kid. Oh man. You have to be a sociopath to be a good salesman? Yeah, I'm not that. Right? I might be a little bit sociopathic in some regard, because I am a woman, right? I don't... Empathy? I don't know her. But... morally, I have problems with it. So... origin story of Amalgamyte. Yes. Like I said, I was actually a really good salesperson. I was the top of my sales team as well. But it was much harder than when I was a Girl Scout or in school, because I was just like, fuck, man, oh. Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick pre-break, and then I'm gonna get back to the Super Bowl, because we've tanged way too much now, way too much. But there's still more to discuss. Get mad at Browns because, well, welcome to Amalgamyte streams. Every day we get mad at Browns because they exist. I'm back. Waterbending is over. I had my fun. Speaking of having fun, supposedly this Bad Bunny dude deleted his Instagram, or at least deleted all his content from his Instagram, after the Super Bowl, which would kind of make sense because so far I've been seeing nothing but negative of like reactions to it. I mean, okay, I've been seeing positive left wing reactions to it, which we'll get into here in a little bit here. But when the crowd is looks and bored as fuck and booing you, so supposedly they're booing. Once again, I can't exactly play it because YouTube would have my head. And you're getting a non-stop backlash, at least on Twitter, from a not so silent majority here. Majority, they're right. Yeah, it makes sense that you're not doing it well. Especially with how Instagram Reels are showing the pulse of Instagram. There. I just thought that was a little bit funny. Like, not that I really support people being chased off the internet. But then again, I want them chased out of America. So this is the first step. I'll take it. I'll take it here. Even Trump came out and said, yeah, this fucking sucks. The Super Bowl halftime show is absolutely terrible. One of the worst ever. It makes no sense in the front of the greatness of America and doesn't represent our status of success, creativity, or excellence. Nobody understands a word this guy is singing. That dancing is disgusting, especially for young children that are watching from throughout the United States of America. That's actually a fair point. And all over the world, this show is just a slap in the face to our country, which is setting new standards and records every single day, including the best stock market and 401ks in history. There was nothing inspirational about this mess of a halftime show and watch. It will get great reviews from fake news media because they haven't got a clue of what's going on in the real world. And by the way, the NFL should immediately replace this ridiculous new kickoff rule, Make America Great Again, President Donald J. Trump. I don't know what the kickoff rule is. I'm sorry, chat, because once again, I don't watch the sports ball. But the Orange Man himself is, not happy with it. So, hey, maybe it's something there? A little bit of a gray pill? Because, once again, I'll keep on saying this because I know people don't like sports ball anymore. In the modern age, and I get why, but it is still American culture. And having the president being like, yeah, this is the worst fucking halftime show ever, and this is not good for children, and and completely embarrassing. Nobody understands a word that he's saying. I highly doubt he's actually going to do anything, but I would hope that maybe it'd be nice to get a little bit of pressure to the NFL to start changing their ways, but it probably won't happen. It is inwellable after all. Quite literally inwellable. As since Jay-Z took over producing the Super Bowl halftime show in 2018, since then, white performers have been banned from the show. There hasn't been a single white headliner in Super Bowl in 7 years, with the lone exception of Eminem, who performed alongside Dr. Dre, Snoop, Kendrick Lamar, and other black artists. Yeah, I want to count Eminem. Rap in itself is just NWA coded. The only exception I give is 21 Pilots, and that's because it's all about depression and suicide, which is very white coded. But even then, like there's you gotta be a little bit careful there. So it's just 7 years, not a single white performance. Just we got this Puerto Rican here and all the browns surrounding him and twerking fucking gross shit. Like Kendrick Lamar, I remember this was last year, wasn't it? I remember this because he did the whole like USA thing, and once again, not a single white person, just they're all fucking black. Rihanna, once again, more blacks, and Beyonce, and more blacks. Not a single fucking white person in sight. Oh. It's all Jay-Z's fault? Well, I want to say it's Jay-Z's fault particularly. It's him and the NFL in general because it's all about DEI. It's all about intersectionality. It's all about pushing black excellence, Black Lives Matter, and crushing the white man completely. Taking what the white man has created, which is America and American culture, things like the Super Bowl, and propagandizing him to hate himself. That he's being replaced right in his face, and they're gonna keep on eating up a goy slop with every passing year. Now, granted, somebody did say that the viewership drop. There has been viewership drops over the years, And I fucking hope there's the case. But as we can see in the video with the Bad Bunny thing here, the scenes are still completely full and still completely full of white people. Even in 2026, after 7 years of in your face, we hate white people, we want you dead, we're going to replace you with more brown foreigners, they still go and pay the thousands upon thousands of dollars to be in the stands, to cheer it on, just because. I mean, I know a lot of it is just because of the sport itself, but just because of the sport, you're still promoting and still allowing this to happen. It's absolutely disgusting. This is why Japanese think America is 50% black demographically in the polls. Well, technically, America is only like 50 to 55% white. So demographically, yeah, technically, we are about 50%. Technically a little bit less than 50% non-white. It's depending on, now, granted, you say black specifically, which are still only like 13%. Thank God, but that's still 13% too high. But it's absolutely just horrible fucking statistics for the demographics in America. Horrible statistics. All while being 14% of the population, but US normies and retards, I think it's 50-50. Yes. Yes. But then again, when you add in all the other nuns, it adds up. It literally fucking adds up. It's awful. It's absolutely fucking atrocious here. And the demographics for kids is terrible too. God, I forget what the statistics for kids. But I believe in 2024, the statistics for white kids, being registered in kindergarten was in like the 30s, like 33%, something like that, or 36%. If I remember correctly. Don't completely quote me on that, but it was like roughly a third of kindergartens were white. It's not looking good. It's not looking good at all, actually. Demographically wise. I mean, you need to do something about it. Ugh. About a quarter of that 50% of white people have children of their own kind? Yes. And that's even more the problem. Like, actual white Americans that care about their country, and I mean actually being white America, though granted there's a lot of people on the right that are like, we just don't like DEI. We just don't like DEI, that's all. We're okay with the blacks. They're totally fine even though they commit fucking 90% of the fucking crime. But we're okay with the blacks. Well, the people that actually care about the country are actually a minority. Well, we are a minority, not only just being the global population, but you and me, chat. People who actually talk about this stuff, far and few between. People are waking up, people are being more pushed to it, having the fucking Goy Slop Super Bowl and having Matt Walsh talk about this with his big platform is all good signs of, pushing the change. So, we can't blackpill, we can't fucking give up on it. But just puts how dire the situation actually is. So, little white pill, white people, the only demographic who saw their birth rate increase last year, still cell replacement. Yeah, I covered that like a week or so ago when I was trying to go over white pills, and I just didn't have time for more white pills there. So there's a slightly good sign there. And like red states are having more kids than blue states in general. But it's a slow process. Oh, that's the same. And then we got I only got a couple examples of the leftists because they're all roughly the same. But they're like, Bad Bunny didn't ask for a seat at the table. He flipped it over and brought in a bigger one. A new America's emerging with a more expansive view of patriotism, love of country, and Americanness. It's coming. It's here, whether you like it or not. Fucking 400,000 views, 11k likes. Granted, sure, most of the comments are not very happy about the certain things here. But they're loving this new narrative that they're pushing here. Like, this is like completely out of the blue. Now I've seen them talking about like how like Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California is like old Mexico, even though that's technically not true. Demographically wise. Okay, let me clarify that because my statement is all kind of fucked up there. Basically, obviously we took old Mexico and made some states out of them until now the new border of Mexico. And they're trying to push the narrative that the demographics of today show that they never actually left and it's always been Mexican, right? And they're taking back old Mexico. In reality, the demographics of actual Mexicans when America was forming and taking those states were zero. They didn't fucking exist. They were still like 95% white. And it's only been the past few decades that they've risen so exponentially high, become Mexicans. And now they're trying to go with this whole narrative that they never left in the first place. Oh, fuck off out of here. So, absolutely disgusting. Oh, shit. Thank you, Anime Acumen, for the $2 reduce. Thank you. One more to hoodie. Chat quick. And then Quistos comes in with a $2 reduce himself. P.E.P.E time. Okay. Thank you, YouTube bros, for hitting the goal today. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for your generosity. The P.E.P.E will be donned. The P.E.P.E is donned. Continue on with our racism. But they're referring to this whole scene that I showed earlier with all the different fucking foreign flags. Once again, the American flag's in the back. The Puerto Rican flag is further up than the American flag. Now, it's because he's Puerto Rican, I know, but still, he's not actually American. Fucking Puerto Rican. And they're trying to go with this whole narrative that, like, oh, we're all actually Americans now. America is every whole part, right? Like, Bad Bunny Super Bowl show reminded millions of viewers of something geography never forgot. America's a continent. The United States is one country in it. Once again, 2.6 million views and 85,000 likes. Right? A lot more people are being upset. And these are probably some quotes of people being upset with them too, but decent amount of retweets. But now, ever since the Bad Bunny show, it's like they're trying to, they have this like a flip-a-switch switch in their NPC brain. And being like, no, this is actually truly America. So therefore, everybody in Brazil and Argentina, Mexico, etc., can move to the United States, because that's what America truly is. And that's what Bad Bunny's representing there at the Super Bowl, which is specifically a United States of America. United States of America. America was what they refer to when they say America, not this, sport, and culture. Not the fucking sloppiness. Like, for fuck's sakes, if we're going to get technical too, this is North America. This is North America. This is Central America. This is South America. They're different. If we really want to get into the whole, technicalities here. But they don't care about technicalities. They don't care about language and definitions. They only care about their narrative and propaganda and pushing the meaning of their messages. In this case, America's a continent. The United States is one country in it. And therefore, Bad Bunny and every single brown that ever existed can flood our borders, because that's what America truly is. That's the game that they're trying to play with this. Absolutely hate it so much. They use your passions to subvert you. Yes, exactly that. But this is what they're going with now. No one thinks of Brazil when they hear America. Yeah, nobody does. When we think America, you think of the actual United States themselves. And you also think white Americans. Like, even though demographically we're not doing too well, even when you say American, people's minds still flash as a white person. And, well, the white people only live in northern, not central, and not southern. Well, I guess it depends on certain pockets of Argentina, depending on if the fighting mustache man survived or not. Well, that's a different story for a different day. 90% of the world was undeveloped in the late 20th century, yes. And the 10% was whites, once again. Oh. Falkland Isles? Okay, that's British. And you know what I mean with it, with this. When I say South America, you think of Brazil, you think of Argentina, Chile, or Venezuela. So trying to play the whole game of technicalities there is not gonna win here. When you know exactly what I mean, it's like this is literally what the leftist is doing. This is America. No, this is America. Fuck you. He finally fulfilled that dream of being a painter. Yeah, he used all the colors of shit for South America. That's what happened there. And this is why I only gave a couple examples of it, because a lot of the leftists online were basically going with this. Praising Bad Bunny and being like, oh, look how amazing he is. And it's just, no. We can't allow this to happen. And it's also funny, because now there's a whole bunch of discussion about, like, Puerto Rico in particular, because he is Puerto Rican. And it's just funny to note that even when talking about Puerto Rico, even Puerto Ricans don't consider themselves American. Like, they made themselves a point to field a separate Olympic team that competes against American athletes with their own flag, their own people here. Like, because technically Puerto Rico is a territory of the United States, and unfortunately we give them way too much fucking money. But they consider themselves separate. They're not actually a state, and they're not actually part of America. They're just a territory. They're a military base for us. Because they're like, oh, Rihanna's not a U.S. citizen, Shakira's not a U.S. citizen, Coldplay's not a U.S. citizen, The Who's not a U.S. citizen. You know, all these other performers before are not U.S. citizens, but Bad Bunny is. No. He is Puerto Rican. Comes from a territory, not actually a fucking state, and there's a massive leech upon our economy. And they clearly fucking hate us. Don't play this US citizen game. Well, here, because you don't actually care about US citizens, because you wanted to completely get rid of something called a US citizen, because apparently everyone's a US citizen in America. Oh. But once again, they will say whatever it takes to push their narrative and completely demoralize and get rid of Whitey. Because keep in mind, like, half these people here are actually, they're British. For Shakira and Rihanna, I don't know where they come from. Shakira, I think, is what, Brazilian? I know she's like South American of some sort. I don't know where Rihanna is. I don't really care. She's brown. But Coldplay, The Who, Rolling Stones, Paul McCartney, and U2, they're all British. They're all actually specifically English. Also, Coldplay is great. And old Coldplay is absolute fucking peak. Okay, we're not gonna talk about their politics, because they would probably do the exact same thing Bad Bunny did if they had the chance. But Coldplay's pretty good. Not wrong. Okay, glad we agree. If Puerto Ricans were Americans, I wouldn't see so many of them military working towards earning citizenship. Yeah, like they're not actually, and I don't want them here. We have too many of them. And they're all in EBT. Because apparently part of the whole set for this, once again, it's all based off being fucking brown. That he had for his set, and there was some sort of like shitty rundown Caribbean sport bar and grill here, and the sign says we accept EBT, and people are like what the fuck? Why would you even add that to the set? But doesn't that make you look awful? Because who's actually proud of being on EBT? Well, remember, chat. Remember, white people are ashamed if they go on welfare for the most part. Obviously, you got your white trash that are being negrofied. But generally, white people aren't the ones that really hop on welfare. Because they see it as shameful. They rather actually work and be decent citizens of society there. Browns, on the other hand, are massively on welfare. The per capita rate's absolutely insane. Like, it's horrible, and they happily take it. They happily take it as much as possible, because to them it's just free money. It's free food. They don't know how to work for a living. They just know how to leech and leech and leech and leech. And in fact, I asked Grok out of curiosity, basically how much the government sends to Puerto Rico, and then how much money Puerto Rico gives back. So the U.S. sends $28 billion on direct payments like benefits, Social Security, Medicaid, veterans payments, other individual transfers, grants, 9.4 billion for programs in health, education, infrastructure, contracts, 919.8 million, other financial assistance, 26.3 million, and money. So we're talking, you know, billions upon dollars right there that's being sent to Puerto Rico. And then, like, by major agency, Department of Health and Human Services, 13.87 billion, 36.1% of total, largely for Medicaid, cap funding Medicare and health programs. Other significant areas include disaster recovery, FEMA post-hurricane aid, with billions obligated since 2017 for infrastructure like the electric grid, education, Pell Grants, and infrastructure, EPA water funds, and Department of Energy resilience, essentially. So we give literally billions of dollars to Puerto Rico. Here. Now, and guess how much Puerto Rico gives back? $5 billion annually in federal taxes. And then with 30.7 billion from payroll / social security contributions and 1.7 billion from other categories. So meanwhile, we give them 25 to 35 billion annually. If you subtract for the 5 billion that they give us. They are a massive net negative. They are fucking a drain upon American society. I also looked up, too, how many of them are on food stamps and other welfare programs, because the whole EBT thing. And while they're not really on food stamps specifically, they're on NAP, which is the Nutrition Assistance Program, which is close enough. About 45% of the population, roughly, there. And then they're also on about, like, other welfare programs, too. Puerto Rico has very limited TANF, temporary assistance for needy family cash welfare, reaching only a tiny fraction. Historically, around 4 out of 100 families in poverty due to block grant constraints. Medicaid, though, is about 50 to 60%, which explains why we give so much money in Medicaid. And then about 47% of households receiving some form of welfare. Which is the highest, basically. Puerto Rico it takes about the highest month of welfare from us. With the next being New Mexico, which makes sense because New Mexico's a fucking shithole and it's basically extension of Mexico in itself. And often 40 to 50% of individuals or households on various metrics. Are on, like, broader welfare stuff. So basically half the population's on some sort of welfare in Puerto Rico. So yeah, the EBT sign really is necessary because it's quite literally part of their culture. Just like how football is American culture, EBT is part of their culture since half the fucking population's on it. Now, unfortunately, I have to go in and defend Puerto Rico here. Not that I'm very happy about it, saying that we send them 25 to 35 billion a year. But it's a massive military base. Like, it's a massive military base. It's a huge strategic point in the Caribbean. It's just for Central and South America in general. I'm sure there was probably some ships and helicopters and men, that, you know, came out of the Puerto Rican base. When it came to kidnapping Maduro and from Venezuela. So it's important, and because of the strategic value that goes into the position of Puerto Rico, our U.S. government is not actually going to get rid of it, no matter how much of a sink it is. We want to keep this territory because a lot of people I saw online, and I don't have any actual examples of it, but I saw a lot of people that I follow being like, why do we even bother with keeping Puerto Rico? It's a net negative. It's a drain upon society. And I'm like, I agree, but military is extremely important. Extremely important. to the US government. After all, we're supposed to have the biggest and strongest military. And giving up a base in Puerto Rico would be basically suicide. Now, does it make me very happy? I wish we could just, like, I don't know, cut them off completely. Like, do we really need to feed them? Like, I know it's a territory, but it's not an actual state. What, do we have any, like, legal obligations to pay Puerto Rico and give them any assistance? By chance. Like, do we have to? Like, I know we have the military bases there, but we could just... It's such a small little island. Can't we just use the tanks that we have there? Or whatever we have, just to control them? And not have to, like, let them survive on their own? Like, I don't know. I'm not exactly a big fan of, like, military might in general, but I'm less of a fan of Puerto Ricans. So, can we just, like, not give them money? I mean, yes, we could, but we would probably not. Like, I mean, I'm sure there's probably some sort of thing that we have to do. Like, we have to give them, like, when it comes to, like, hurricane assistance, as much as I hate it, like, I'm sure we have to, right? Because we need to protect our bases somehow. So we have to give them hurricane assistance, even though it's literally in Hurricane Valley. It counts a valley is on the ocean. Hurricane pathway? Yeah. Anyways. There. But it's just like... Can't they just live on their own? I know they're brown and they're leeches by default, but like, can't they just survive by themselves? Please? Ugh. Hurricane Alley. Okay, sorry. Thank you, Kazingsley Handler, for the sub-value for 9 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Gay. Yes, I agree. It is gay. Yeah. Retards build plywood houses and wonder why they blow over. Well, not to defend Puerto Ricans, but they're poor as fucking shit. So, and actually brick and mortar and stone is expensive. And they're still gonna be destroyed by a hurricane regardless, because they get fucking category 5 hurricanes there. So, and you might as well use the cheap fucking shit if it's gonna be destroyed anyways. We can move to Venezuela. See, I'd be happy with that. I would be super, super happy with that. No, look at Haiti. I mean, Haiti's not a territory. It's its own country. I'm sure we give it lots of aid because we give aid to the rest of the world because we hate ourselves. But at least in the case of Puerto Rico, it makes sense to a certain degree why we do, because it is a territory. It just has some legal jurisdiction with us. They should just be less poor and brown. I fucking wish. And to be fair, I kind of feel bad for the Puerto Ricans, not because they're brown. I kind of feel bad because, like, when you live in a hurricane alley, right, and you get category 5 hurricanes like twice a year, you can't exactly build a functioning economy very well. Like, you can't really live if everything gets destroyed once or twice a year, every single year, for decades on end. So, so it's not exactly their fault. But I don't want to subsidize their stupidity either. Like, I'm sorry your ancestors lived there. Stay there. Don't come to my country. Because I don't want them here. I really don't. Like, they have their own country. I don't care their territory. And they hate white Americans. They make it very clear that they're not actually American. They don't want to become a state. They take 50% of fucking the welfare programs, and they export people like him that are all about trying to basically make America mean the entirety of the fucking hemisphere here. So no, I don't want the Puerto Ricans. I don't care if there's some based ones out there. Sorry if you're so based. Make your country better. At least try to. I know it's easier said than done. Trust me. But, you know, Puerto Ricans stay in Puerto Rico. and try to make something out of that volcano. Not volcano. Hurricane Alley shithole. It is their fault. Built according to the environment. That is true. You know what? Hold on. I was gonna say something really stupid. Never mind. Puerto Rico has a shitload of corruption as well, so those hurricane damages are even worse. Well, it's typical Brown. I was gonna say typical government in general, actually. We need to fix it ourselves. No democracy. We just fix it. You know what? I'd be okay with that. I'm okay with a good guy in charge going in and just fixing things. Make a lot of underground homes. See, that's what I was gonna say, but I was like, that's probably stupid. Because, like, I don't know how that would work on a tiny little island. Actually, because, like, how deep is it? Yeah, I was like, I feel like that'd be kind of, yeah. St. Thomas is the U.S. territory and it's way nicer. I mean, it's nice in like the, I'm blinking. Touristy areas. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a decent amount of browns there, too. The Caribbean's just filled with browns. It's only the touristy areas that are relatively nice because they're touristy for a reason. Puerto Rico's 35% white, so maybe some of them can be saved, LMAO. Well, based off what the people you're talking about in chat, because I know I do somewhat pay attention to you guys. And there's, you know, and there's another person that I'm aware of that actually seems pretty cool. That's Puerto Rican. As well. So, I mean, maybe some of them can actually be saved, but they also need to stay in their country and try to fix it, because that's what I advocate for, okay? Even with Puerto Ricans, they should stay and try to make it better. I don't exactly believe in fleeing your country because it's a shithole. Like, that's not how asylum works. That's not how things work. You stay and make your country better. That's it. Can't very low sea level and the biggest dangers of hurricanes are the tsunamis at Pummel Island. See, that's what I figured it was. This is like, islands are small. Like, these islands are small and thin, and there's water around it. I wasn't sure how deep they can actually go to build underground. That's why I stopped from saying it, but then somebody in chat mentioned it, so I was like, okay, maybe it's not as stupid idea as I thought it was, but apparently it is. No, yeah. At least me and another chat are on the same wavelength, though, with the dumbassery. So... chain all their floating houses together. Yeah, I don't see that working well, to be honest. I imagine they'll crash into each other and the hurricane will sweep them away into the American mainland. But that was not the whole Bad Bunny thing was not the only thing that happened in the Super Bowl, of course. There's a lot of things that happen because it is a Super Bowl, right? They have a bunch of, like, ads. I'm not gonna bother with most of the ads because who cares, right? But they even had they kicked off the Super Bowl not with the actual national anthem, but with a black national anthem. Now, once again, like the Bad Bunny concert, I can't play it because once again YouTube would have my head. But they did a whole black national anthem because this is NWAPL. This is NWAPL. That's what it is. I know a vast majority of players are black. The performances for the past 7 years have been nuns. They've been supporting Black Lives Matter every single year. They've been taking the knee, talking about George Floyd, and having a black national anthem. Where every single person is performing is black. And also fat. Except for, I guess, the woman who's singing. She's okay. But, notice how they're all fucking fat as fuck. Typical black women. But actually, I do want to point out, too, these are white instruments, okay? Violins and violas? No. Not exactly, I can't remember which V this one is. This instrument is. These are white instruments here. Okay? The microphone she's singing on, another white thing that was, technology that was created. I'm sure the person who made the dress is also white. The football field is white. created by whites, intended by whites. The people she's singing to were all white. Like, I'm sounding like Hamza Yusuf over here. White! 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 So, here. So, just want to point that out as they sing a black national anthem for a sport that's white Americans created themselves. The white Americans. So apparently this is a cello. Thank you for yelling at me, chat. I'm sorry. I don't know my classical instruments that very well. Okay? Just pisses me off to no end. And to take a quick break, because we'll get back into the racial stuff here in a second. But to take a quick break from the racial stuff, as somebody who likes the Pokemon Slappa, not anymore, granted, but still, it makes me very, very upsetty that Super Bowl ads cost 8 to 10 million for 60 seconds. Meanwhile, Pokemon Legends ZA costs 13 million. They put more effort into a Super Bowl ad for 60 seconds with Lady Gaga than they did for the actual big game release that they were hyping up for years now. And that's fucking piece of shit. I'm never gonna finish it. I hate it so fucking much. Absolutely disgusting. Speaking of fucking Goy Slop and Goy Cattle, that's me apparently when it comes to Pokemon. Not anymore after this. Or Pokemon ZA, I should say. Like, Jesus Christ. Anyway, I just want to point that out there. I know I'm like the only one who likes Pokemon here. But listen, I just wanna point that out because I'm a little bit upset. Little bit upset. No. Anyway, we'll go back to being racist. Because another Super Bowl ad is something for Redfin, which I don't know if I can show this either, because YouTube is very, very touchy when it comes to things like this. But basically, white parents get divorced. Minorities move into a neighborhood where evil white man refuses to acknowledge them. Minorities save white family's dog and clean up evil white man's property after a storm. So, like, we're gonna, go through this. I'm actually gonna play the whole thing. But, we got the fucking resting bitch face Latina cunt here. I like how they're being chased by NWAs in this case. I just find that a little bit funny. I don't know the context for this, but still. I'm assuming it's her friend saying goodbye, but I still find it funny they're being chased by NWAs. Because the story is this white girl and this Latina brown girl are moving, right? But only in the white girl where the parents actually get divorced here. Moms and dads. They move into, like, the same neighborhood. The white girl is nervous and waving, and she gets ignored, funnily enough. The dog doesn't like the brown, which is pretty base. But the brown still has the retching bitch face? Like, does she look approachable at all? Like, the white girl is trying to have friends, okay? And she's smiling. I'm sorry the dog doesn't like the brown girl, but she looked like she's happy. Like, the whole entire time, I mean, I get it, like, she's moved in the first place. But this white girl's parents got divorced, and that's why she's moving. She's still happy about it. But no, she's the evil one, because her dog doesn't like the brownoid. And then the dad of the brownoid tries to be friendly with the boomer white man with the stereotypical fucking hick, right? American flag, old truck, hat, flannel, overweight, like that. Even though boomers are actually pretty left-leaning in the grand scheme of things. Gets it completely ignored by it. Oh, he's such an asshole. The dog escapes. They're trying to find the said dog. Eventually, the brown-eyed girl finds dog. She's super happy. And she hugs the hugs the brown girl. The brown girl still doesn't look super happy. She's got this, like, forced smile going there, like, I regret giving over the cute dog. I can't believe it. And she feels, like, really awkward with the hugging here, too. So the whole entire time, she's being a bitch. Even though the white girl's the bad one in this situation because she's got the mean dog. And then the brown-eyed dad comes over and helps with the tree that's on the old man's lawn. Here, and the old man just has to, like, fuck, have to accept it. So. This is just an ad, once again, for Redfin, which is a realtor thing. When I go into the whole, like, use a neighbor like you. And it's a bunch of mixed race people once again. Well, now they're friends. Now they're friends. Isn't it so wholesome? Whoever the white girl is, she's good at acting? I mean, possibly. I know you can use, like, teardrops and the things to help, like, make you cry, so they might have used that, possibly. I don't know. I just kind of assume any acting is actually fake. Wholesome Chungus. Yeah, there's also an ad about Jews being bullied. I forgot about that one. I don't have it pulled up, actually. Let me see if I can find it real quick. But I've heard about it, and it's funny. Hold on. Super Bowl Jew. What do you mean something went wrong? You have to try reloading. What do you mean, Twitter? You don't like my search history of Super Bowl Jew? Yeah. Okay, there's somebody recording on their TV. I don't want on the TV here. There we go. Okay, here it is. Here's the anti-Jew hate one. Once again, can't exactly play it because YouTube would have my head, but the guy, curly hair, nose, walks down the hallway, gets bullied by white kids. Well, I guess that's an Asian technically there. All Asian too. And you know, and teased and laugh at. And everyone's looking at him, not liking him at all. He feels like super insecure, shuffling down the hallway even more. Yeah, he's got a dirty Jew sticker on his backpack. You can't make this shit up. This made me wish there was a Jew in my high school I could bully. Honestly, same. Like, and then another, then the black kid. Of course, the black kid comes in and saves the day, and puts another sticker over the dirty Jew, and so he doesn't have to worry about it. He didn't even grab anything from his locker. 2 in 3 Jewish teens have experienced anti-Semitism. So now it's the share the blue square and show you care. That's fucking retarded. But now they're like working together. They're like, and the Jew wants to go fight the white kid, and for some reason the black one's holding them off. Like, usually it's the opposite. These are the passive-aggressive fucking guns. These are the active-aggressive guns. Oh, and they just walk away. This is so gay. It's by the way, it's a homoerotic to touch another fellow man, by the way. Make sure you wear socks when you do. Stand up the Jewish hate. Okay. Okay. Me mom died in the holy. Look at that no side profile only. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Oh! Oy vey! Oy vey! Oh! That's awfully antiseptic of you, chat. I got that. That's awfully antiseptic of you. How dare you notice? How dare you notice this nose of mine? Yeah, this is the whole, 2 out of 3 Jews being facing anti-Semitism. You're being anti-Semitic yourself here. You should wear the blue square and and stand up against hate. Should have got Kanye to play the black guy. Oh my god, yes. Oh. Shut it down. Oh, oh my god. Oh. Alright. There. Everything about this is absolutely ridiculous. So we got this ad about evil white people, the Bad Bunny situation, the Black National Anthem, and dirty Jews. Here. Like, as funny as this commercial is, because it's nice to point and laugh at the tiny hats, it just once again shows, like, that the whole entire Super Bowl at this point is just made to make you, white person who supports the Super Bowl, hate yourself. It is to mock you for supporting it in the first place and show that you're being replaced. Because, you know, heaven forbid we have anything like an anti-white commercial, though to be fair, it'd be kind of cringe. But at least it'd be actually accurate there. In that case, if they made it properly. But no, we have to worry about anti-Semitism. Because the left and the right are both actually against them. I wonder why. Wow, when everybody has a problem with you, it might be you that's the problem. Are people posting the blue screens of the juice box now? No, I doubt it. I doubt it. Sad to see how much a Super Bowl tickets cost. Yeah, I haven't looked to see how much it actually costs. I just know they cost thousands of dollars, and it's just like, why would you waste your money to support something that actually hates you? But they do, and they keep on doing it every single times. Every single fucking times. Guess what the two Super Bowl teams owners have in common? Oh, is it a schnoz? Is it a certain scale size of a schnoz there? You know, something they have with his Discord CEO too. Supposedly, and I haven't verified this, but supposedly the new Discord CEO is also a tiny hat too. And now they're doing all those age verification things. It's just funny. It's just funny how, for some people who are such a minority, have so much control over so many things. It's very interesting how that works. And then they wonder why people hate them. So, speaking of hating white people, this is not really related specifically to the Super Bowl itself. But both over the past couple days, two clips have gone viral. Now, one of them is kind of an older clip, but it's still fitting. Where nuns have come out, big name nuns have come out and talked about how, well, they hate white people. Which I just thought I could tag this in at the end of the Super Bowl segment, just because if it's not obvious enough based off the Super Bowl and what they're promoting there, how about have a Democrat representative, Jean Wu, talk about how non-whites share the same oppressor and a majority now, and that we can take over the country. Now, this clip I can definitely show you guys and not have to worry about YouTube cutting my head off.
I always tell people the day the Latino, African American, Asian, and other communities
Sorry, it's quiet. Let me turn that up.
realize.
And start that over. There we go.
I always tell people the day the Latino, African American, Asian, and other communities realize that they share the same oppressor is the day we start winning. Because we are the majority in this country now. We have the ability to take over this country and to do what is needed for everyone and to make things fair. But the problem is our communities are divided. They're completely divided. And I talk about this. I always tell people the day.
I think it's only a very short clip. But I think he made his position pretty obvious there. As I keep repeating this drum, whites are a minority in the global scale. We've always been the minority. Back in the 1900s, we were like about 30 some percent. So we've always been the minority. But since we hate ourselves, thanks to a certain funny painter, um, that number has been steadily decreasing as the non-white population has been increasing. Fun fact: Nigeria has more births than the entirety of Russia. The entirety of Europe, including Russia combined. Just a little knowledge fact, little bit of almonds, for your brain. In that case, and it keeps on growing with each passing year, as whites aren't actually having kids, and nuns are having kids. They are becoming the majority, and in certain states, already white people are a minority. Like in California, for example, I looked up statistics recently for a tweet. Um, in 1960, they white people were about 93% of the population. Nowadays, in the year of our Lord 2025, well, yeah, 2026 now, but still, um, white people only 34% of the population. Great, it's cool, it's wonderful. Similar statistics for the other southern states in general too. At least the ones on the Mexican border. I haven't checked out like Georgia's for example. But we are quite literally being replaced in real time. And we have a Democrat who is a foreigner. He's from China. Fun fact, he's adopted. Actually, he's adopted by white parents too, which is why he's got a very American accent. He doesn't actually have a Chinese accent. He was adopted by rich, wealthy, well-to-do white parents. And even though he is not in China, which China is not exactly a great country to live in. He was blessed and saved. I'm gonna say saved because he was adopted. Like, his parents don't want him. Yeah, that fucking sucks. It's a harsh truth. But if he didn't get adopted, he'd be living in some sort of like child factory in China. I don't think that would have been a good life. So he was quite safe. He was blessed to be given a life in the United States because the United States, despite all the flaws, even in 2026, is still a better country to raise your kids and to have kids than China is. Especially when you're adopted. So he was saved, he was blessed, and he comes here, he grows up, he grows old, and he advocates for policies to replace the white people that saved him in the first place. He hates his own fucking parents. Like, it's absolutely fucking disgusting. And he just comes out right and said it. He just straight says this here. I know somebody in chat mentioned like he's retarded for saying this out loud, but he's not actually retarded for saying this out loud, in my opinion, because, well, this is good proof of what me and many other people have been saying for a very long time now, about how we are. Is the Great Replacement is not a theory, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's actually a real thing that's happening in real time. You can just look at the demographics and see it. Most people will listen to this, agree it's horrific, and then move on about their day. I mean, yeah, we have Elon Musk in here being like, well, shame on him. Yeah, I agree, but Elon Musk, are you funding any right-leaning NGOs? Because he's a Democrat. And he's been funded by Act Blue. He's got George Soros in his pocket. He has a bunch of fucking different things that he can utilize anytime he wants to advance his goals as the Democrat Party, as left-wingers as a whole work together in lockstep to replace white people. What are you doing, Elon Musk? You're the richest man in the world. I'm not asking you to feed Africa. I'm asking you to fix America. Ah. Oh, thank you, Anime Acumen, for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a good night, Mall. Long day with sprint intervals workout. Absolutely tired. A good day. Here's for another tomorrow. Well, I'm glad you had a good day and taking care of yourself. See, no matter how depressing things get, and how much we black pill, it is important to actually take care of yourself. So have a good training regimen, even if it's fucking cardio here. Eat healthy. Try to improve your career as best as possible, even though there are roadblocks in the way, obviously. And try to make it harder and harder for these people to actually replace you. and fight back in some way, shape, or form. Because they are being masked off about this. Because they feel emboldened. They feel like they have all the power. In a lot of ways, they do. But you have to work on yourself personally, or work on your community, reach out to more people, and slowly but surely, the right is growing. We just need to actually get the power in hand, and we can put a stop to this. Musk would be only respectable if he had 500 children. He already has like 7 children from 7 different women, which I personally kind of find disgusting, but that's at least 7 more children than he had before. Oh. Not great. Thank you, Diesel Stealer, for the $5 videos. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did you know that Muslim woman's running for Congress? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard of that before. I don't remember her name or any details about it. But I could have sworn I talked about it before, at least once, possibly. Even if I haven't, I'm not that surprised. Just because, like, there's already so many nuns that have taken over. I mean, we have this Asian here, we have Indians. I could have sworn we already had Muslims, I think. And we already have women. Like, we already have so many Browns that are going into politics in general. On all levels of it. That it's just it's not gonna be easy to get rid of them, but fucking hell, we need to do so. Because like he points out here, like, they need to work together, and fight back. In a lot of ways they are. That's what the Democrat machine, right, is the way it is to combine them into one singular party to advance their goals. Even the blacks don't like the Mexicans. And even the Mexicans don't like the Asians. Even the gays don't like the bisexuals. Or, right? Or, some gays don't like the trannies. All those different things, right? Like, they still work together to destroy the white man. Because the white man's what built civilization. White man's the one that actually has the rules and regulations in place. And they're jealous that they can't do the same thing. They want the fruits of what the white man created, but they don't actually want to do the labor to do so. And so they'll leech off of it till it's completely destroyed. And they have nothing but resentment. Everything he's saying here, like it says once again, he's adopted by white parents. It's just pure resentment. Pure resentment that his original parents didn't want him. And he's Chinese. That's it. That's it. And that's why he's advancing for causes. Even though white people adopted him and saved him from a life of possible hell, or most definite hell, he is resentful that he was born into that possibility in the first place. And he wants to tear it down. And he's not the only non that just goes mask off and says this stuff. There's also this Indian dude, Wajahat Ali. Whites, you've already lost once they took us in. We're breeding people, we're importing relatives, we're marrying Western women. I'm pretty sure it's an old clip because I've seen this before. And I'm pretty sure I've showed this before in stream. However, it's good to, show these stuff on occasion just to remind us of how bad this really is and how they all think the same. Every single non thinks the same. And I mean every single non. Because trying to fucking split hairs for the 0.001% that don't actually think this way. Did I mute myself? Whoopsies. I accidentally... I actually hit mute myself instead of the background music. They're right next to each other, and I accidentally muted myself instead of the background music because I'm retarded. The silent yapping, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, chat. I don't know where I was in my little rant when I muted, but essentially it's every single non. Okay, and I'm not gonna waste my time splitting hairs for the 0.001% that are actually okay. Because when it's literally every single other rest of them. So yeah, they can suck my dick. Play the video.
You've lost. You have lost. You lost. The mistake that you made is you let us in the first place. See, that's the thing with brown people. And I'm going to say this as a brown person. There's a lot of us. Like a lot. There's like 1.2 billion in India. There's more than 200 million in Pakistan. There's like 170 million in Bangladesh. And those are just the people there. I'm even talking about the folks who are expats or immigrants. There's a bunch of us. And we breed. We're a breeding people. And the problem is you let us in 1965. There were a few of us beforehand, but once you let one of us in, you know what happens with brown folks? Our grandmother comes, our grandfather comes, our uncle comes, our aunt comes, our cousin comes, our second cousin comes, our third cousin comes. Then we have kids, a bunch of kids. And then guess what? Some white women, you know, the Western civilization women, the pure women, the American women, quote unquote, the Rust Belt women, the real women, they like some of us brown folks. We don't take them. They come to us. You've lost. You have lost. You lost.
I'm sorry. I know what he's saying is really like dark, but I have to laugh at the little bit at the end where he's talking about how white pure Americans, the Rust Belt. He's trying to like really rub on our faces that it's like the true white Americans. Because once again, everybody knows that when you say American, they actually mean white. They want to emphasize, yeah, it's the pure ones, it's the Rust Belt ones. You know, the true like the best ones they could possibly have. They're the ones that come to us. We don't take them; they come to us. And I just have to laugh at that because white women definitely don't go after Indians. um, like, actually, fun fact: white women are the least likely to actually date outside the race. I know that it doesn't seem likely based off how the amount of ads are forced in our face of a white woman with a black man. And there are unfortunately a lot of women out there that are single mothers for being with a black man. But those are a large, not that's not the right terminology, a loud minority because, well, let's just say there's a reason why they're posting that stuff and they're single mothers and easy to laugh at on the internet because they're paying the toll. It's actually really important to keep on showing women who pay the toll. It might make people think that there's more women out there that are doing that than there actually are, which is highly unfortunate. But it's also important to keep on showing women who are paying the toll, the select few that are, to make sure more women don't. But statistically, yes, well, white women are the least likely to actually breed outside their race. And Indian men are the least favorite, like by far. It goes like white and then Hispanic and black, or black and Hispanic. I guess it kind of depends. I think white men goes Hispanic then black, and then no, and then there's also Asians. Um, and then white woman I think is either black and then Hispanic or Hispanic then black. I can't remember the top of my head in that case. So uh so I just I have to laugh at that and just a nice little remind chat about it. Um so don't listen to what Jeet says when it comes to that because he's just trying to act like women like him. He's just trying to act like white women actually like him because he's resentful that the prettiest girls in the whole entire world don't want to be with him. But that's also why he's gloating
Like a lot.
about the fact that they keep on they're actively replacing us. Just like the Asian did, beforehand. Gloating about how much they breed because they don't have enough impulse control. They don't plan ahead, they just constantly have kids. In fact, the reason why white people one of the reasons why white people have kids is they plan ahead too much. They worry too much about having money and resources. They actually care about their kids. They can just have, versus browns, they just have more. Another one dies, just have more. They don't care. They don't care. There's actually an interview with I think it's with the National Guard, I think. I can't remember. Or some sort of like rescue humanitarian group of a woman who who has been handed babies of handed babies before of browns because they just don't care about them. And they'd be like, well, they try to give their babies back, and they're like, no, we'll have more. We'll save ourselves. We don't care about our actual kids. Well, we'll just have more kids. They literally don't care. And which he's correct in the case of the breeding aspect, which is unfortunate because white people do need to have more kids. But he's gloating about the demographic placement. He actually talks about how the system works with the H1Bs and L1s, H2s, and just the tourist visas, the immigrant visas in general, green cards. That's exactly how it all fucking works. And they're aware of what they're doing here. Is why they're bragging about it. Because they have gotten to the point where they are about roughly 50%, a little less than 50% of the population of the United States. And so they do have the majority if they actually work together. And, well, they're not working together completely in lockstep, but they are on the democratic ring. And then the Republican Party's not making things easier because they're just going to the speed limit. They don't actually want to solve the problem. Yeah, they're unhappy Democrats are getting more votes by importing these people in, but they don't want to be seen as racist. They're getting paid off by these different charity groups. And other NGOs themselves just to do nothing. Because, well, now that you have a magic piece of paper that says that you're an American citizen, you're just American citizen there. Nothing more, nothing less. Can't do anything about it. Oh, thank you, Bud Borsig, for celebrating yourself for 9 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've finally been born. Yes, I have given birth to Bud Borsig myself. And everybody else celebrating their 9 month subby bubby, actually. I should have thought about that joke earlier. I'm not very clever. Oh well. Oh well. Whites are being taxed to bring more non-white. Separation of state education. Yes, we are. White people actually have real jobs. Even the white women go to Jew daycare, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. I mean, it's not is what it is, but I'm gonna change that. And they have real jobs, so they pay real taxes. Meanwhile, the nuns are on huge amounts of welfare. As we saw with the Puerto Ricans, for example. 50% of them are on some sort of welfare fucking program. 45% of them are on the food assistance. The Asians might be the only one that are really not on a bunch of welfare programs, but they hate white people just the same. Ugh. It absolutely fucking sucks. And there's, but if a white person stops paying their taxes, then the government goes after your ass. So we had to keep on paying our taxes. Ugh. There needs to be a separate subject like math or history, eugenics. We could teach people all these things that done older people, lower birth rates, life expectancy, make people sicker and stupider. I mean, yes, but I know a lot of people are gonna just go 1 year in and 1 year out and not care about it. And then there's gonna be a small minority that are gonna actually utilize it for their own evil means. Not like they don't already do it to begin with. But we definitely need at least a few chapters in the history books. To show what's been done to Western civilization as a warning not to do it again. We honestly, you know what? Okay, this is gonna be probably a little bit spicy for YouTube, but I don't give a fuck. We honestly should be treating the Great Replacement that's happening in the past few decades, ever since 1965, as the actual Holocaust. Like, let's actually, okay, let's save the Hitler chapter or two. Like, let's make that half the size, okay? That was 80 years ago. I don't fucking care what Hitler did at this point. Right? Like, that was in a foreign country in a foreign time and different demographics, and you know what? And everything. So, versus now, this has been happening. This is a decades-long propaganda, literally a generation's worth of propaganda and demographic replacement happening. This needs multiple chapters in history books for the next fucking century in itself, right? If we had to deal with fucking Hitler for 80 years now, talk about how he's the worst thing ever created by God himself, or I guess Satan himself. We should do the exact same fucking thing for the Great Replacement. I'm not even fucking joking. That's what we actually need. Ugh. It's like, I am sick and tired of the Holocaust. Like, I've always liked history in school because it's like, to me, it's one massive story, and I find it so cool how we end up to where we are today. But the one thing I've always never found interesting was World War One and World War Two, because it was so overdone. Every fucking year, it was those two wars over and over and over again, slightly more detailed because we got older, and it's all about Hitler bad, blah 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 blah. I'm just sick and tired of that. I'm just so fucking tired of that. Like, I don't learn anything about the 80s. I don't learn anything about the 90s. Not directly affected me, as I'm a fucking Zoomer. No, it's just Hitler. I'm fucking sick and tired of Hitler. Can we actually learn something useful? Ugh. Can't do that because the tiny hats will get angry? Yeah, every single Stein they do. Oh my god. You know, one of those the small hats on Twitter, like one of the, I think his name's Brian Krasenstein. That dude. And he responded to a tweet about something in Gaza, how like he doesn't care about children dying in Gaza or something along those lines. I forget exactly the context to it. And how it's not important and how it happens in war all the time. And somebody responded to him being like, okay, so can we not care about the Holocaust then? And he responded with, "You're disgusting." I just had a fucking, I was just laughing my ass off at that. It's like, it's just the double standard for them is just ridiculous, but it's the whole point of them after all. So, I hate that guy, dude. I hate him too, but he's also really easy to laugh at because he is so obvious as pro small hat state, not pro Israel, pro small hat, and that he is just like the caricature of what a small hat is, and he's easy target. You just point to him and be like, yeah, that's all of them, and then you and you're like, well, it's not all of them, and you point to his brother, and then you point to like a few others, and they're like, oh, so it was a fake. It was Fed Krasenstein, and Harrison Smith also fell for it. Wait, that was fake? No, you're kidding me. That was fake. Oh, fuck me. God damn it. I mean, the thing is just so, it's like the fucking Babylon Bee, right? Where it's so believable that they can't stop writing it anymore because it's just too realistic. It's like, I saw that, I was like, yeah, that's something he would do. Well, okay, apparently I'm peddling fake news on my stream. So, my apologies, chat, I got bamboozled. Are you saying they're narcissistic and selfish? Oi! Oh, fucking hell. I like laughing at Jews. Just something about it just is so cathartic. Even though I can't really do much about them. Fucking hell. Okay. Well, instead of laughing at Jews. Excuse me. Oh, okay. Burping a lot. Oh. Burp tuber. Okay. Now, instead of laughing at the small little hats here, but let's laugh at women instead. So, I figured I would follow this up because I did talk about this with Lord Rexworth on Saturday. Which, speaking of which, check Lord Rexworth out. He's a cool dude. It was fun streaming with him there. And so we covered the Emiru situation that happened over the weekend. Now, generally, I don't really cover drama because I don't really give a shit about personal people and their lives and the stupid things they do. But I thought this was interesting because this is about Ice in particular. And she's like the one fucking female streamer that did not want to talk about politics. That's a little bit on the left. I was actually kind of like, even though I don't really know much about her other than she's a cosplayer, I was like, I thought it was admirable that she was trying to actually keep her content politically neutral. Yeah, well, not for long. Not for long. So she capitulated and made a statement. A very fucking long-ass statement. And it's never bend the knee, chat. No, don't ever fucking bend the knee. So, god damn it. Anyway, hello. It's very rare I'll speak my mind, but I'd rather get my thoughts out here, so apologies if this is long. There is a clip from my stream that's been circulating a lot, so I'd like to explain it for anyone who is hurt or shocked by it. When the clip starts, I was responding to a mod asking a question that included the word ice. I'm not someone who normally comments on or gives my opinions about serious real-world topics, so it didn't really click to me that they're referring to the agency. You can see in the clip when I say thoughts on ice, there's an instant cut afterwards that makes it seem like I'm responding directly to that question, which I'm not. To clarify, since it's gotten a lot of people speculating about my real thoughts, it should go without saying that no one deserves to live their life in fear of being killed or taken away from their homes or families, regardless of who's doing it, but especially not because of ICE or any other government agency. I understand the world's a very cruel and messed up place, and you don't have to study politics or actively read the news to know that. I never want to invalidate anyone who struggles with these things, and an agency like causing fear and suffering deserves zero support. To me, that's not even political, it's just basic human empathy. So, we'll watch supposedly the unedited clip after this. But the fact that she tried to be like, I didn't know it was actually about ICE agency is retarded because it's very clear in the original clip that she was aware and she's trying to dance around it as best as possible, which I thought it was admirable at first until she fucking bent the knee. And now she's like, well, ICE is very cruel and mean and taking away people's lives, and so therefore it's not even political, it's just basic human empathy. That's typical leftist fucking lines right there. Like she completely capitulated to them because she got so much quote-unquote backlash, but these people don't even watch her. I mean, granted, I don't watch her either, but, like, I'm not trying to make her be like, yeah, you have to support ICE. I mean, personally, I frankly she should, but I'm not tweeting at her or being like, you need to support ICE right now or else I'll deport you myself, or something along those lines. Like, she's just trying to make fun content. Now, granted, she's she's an e-thought cosplayer. You know, I don't know how wholesome she actually really is. In those regards. But to try to just make content that's purely just fun and entertaining and a way to escape across from the real world is important, because you can't have people focusing on real life issues every hour of every single day. That's a surefire way to make people just go insane and kill themselves. Because when they go to work and have a stressful day, you know, the accounts are all messed up, or somebody was an idiot and broke something, whatever the case is, and they have to come home and hear about all these awful things that are happening, regardless of your political opinions. In this case, it's just a way to make people go insane. Because they're gonna be super hard depressed. They need some sort of escapism from real life, something to just sit back and enjoy. And if it's an e-thought who cosplays and all that fun stuff, I don't know what else she does. I just kind of assume all viral e-thoughts, especially that the cosplay do OnlyFans, but you know what? I'm not gonna accuse her of that. In this case, you know, then sure, fine. Let people enjoy things, as Epstein likes to say. So, and now she just bends the knee to the left who doesn't watch her, who hates her fucking guts. They hate her because she used to be in OTK with Asmon and Tectone. They hate her because she was apolitical. Keyword being was. Excuse me. And their eyes, not taking a stance is a stance because you're either with us or against us. And so therefore, even if you don't actually say anything supporting ICE in this case, by her not willing to take a stance shows that she's not fully on their side, and so therefore she's #1 enemy because she's one of the biggest female Twitch streamers, if not the biggest. And so therefore, we're going to try to ruin her life. Ugh. I never made comments on stream about ICE in the first place. That was dishonest and intentionally maliciously clipped posts. It's a very common thing to clip accounts due to streamers, and it's becoming more and more common. But it should go without saying, no one should have to live in fear or suffer because of who they are or where they're from. Yeah, they do. This is something that's always been important to me. I just tend to try to focus on my creative stuff around games and cosplay rather than try to take up room in an environment already polluted by misinformation and hatred. Okay, I mean, she's technically correct about clip accounts doing that. But, I mean, that's just what clip accounts do. And I haven't watched the full clip, but based off what I've seen so far, and her trying to be like, I didn't know it was actually about ICE. Even in the original clip, it's pretty clear it's actually about ICE. And the original clip's the one that went viral anyways. And, I mean, good for her trying to focus on the creative stuff around games and cosplay, but to be like, polluted by misinformation and hatred. Oh, fuck off here. Like, the right was defending you. It was the left that was after your ass and wishing for death and trying to ruin you. And it was the right who supports ICE, was like, you go, girl, don't capitulate. You're totally fine. You're totally, you can just you don't have to say your opinions about these things. Like, don't worry about it. And she capitulates to the left and fucking throws the right under the bus like this. Absolutely fucking disgusting. I fucking hate women. Yeah, she doesn't do the porn stuff, which is why Demis got so butthurt over this. She's mad Jilly that Emma gets way more cash attention to not to show her tits for it. Well, good for Maru for not having to show her tits. It's a lot. That's actually, for being as big as she is and being a cosplayer and not showing her tits, it's actually even more respectable. Like, I would probably actually, I don't know like that much about her, right? Once again, I don't watch her. I don't pay attention to e-thoughts, is what, that kind of deal. But if she's like the top female streamer, she doesn't actually show her tits, and she was being apolitical, it's actually super fucking respectable. In the year of war 2026, when every single big e-thought is a fucking whore, especially when they cosplay, and all of them have these leftist opinions about fuck ICE and supporting the Browns and everything else, yeah, this is actually quite respectable. And instead, she at least threw the latter part on the bus. Ugh. I mean, at least, I don't know if she's capitulating because she genuinely believes this or she's actually scared. Because, like, technically, if she was reading the room correctly, she would have gone with the right side of things. Like, the politically right, I mean. Because that is where the winds are blowing. If we're going to be grifting, you need to be grifting to the right. That's where the money's at. But she didn't. So maybe she actually genuinely believes this because she's a fucking woman. Additionally, I thought I might as well bring this up now. It's a very traumatic and personal topic, so that's why I avoided talking about it. I will never be friends with anyone who abuses anyone, assaults people, or consumes content that enables the abuse of children. I'm assuming this is about Tectone. I don't know anything about Tectone. Other than a lot of people fucking hate him for various reasons. Because I don't fucking care about these fucking people and their stupid drama. I care about politics, because it actually directly affects me. And actually having to create the biggest female streamer be apolitical is actually important and does affect me. Because there's signs that there's actually good people out there that are not going to capitulate. And there are ways to actually enjoy content that doesn't have to be political. But no, she fucking capitulates. I've always been a creator who's friends with or on good terms with basically everybody. Streamers in Texas and LA and all different bubbles, and it's unfortunately included some bad actors. A lot of people have questioned how these bad actors found their way into my circle, but it's certainly not because I'm okay with the vile behavior. Not abuse, not sexual assault, or nor pedophilia. Who's the fucking pedophile? These guys did their best to hide their behavior, not only from me, but from everyone around us as long as they possibly could. As serious allegations or evidence come out, I always immediately drop them and vowed never make content with them again. Basically, everyone in Austin did the same. These incidents, multiple of them of course, were something the streamer community here talked about extensively and affected us all a lot. Yeah, well, congratulations. People who are very big and famous and has a lot of money are absolutely degenerate, horrible people. Wow! Where have I heard that story before? Lucari is who I think she's talking about? Oh. I don't know who that is. I don't fucking care. So... Anyway. I thought actions over words. Never interacting with these people again and preventing them from being involved in streamer community activities, a lot of which often are hosted by me, would send a clear message that this type of shit isn't welcome. I suppose maybe that did not make it how I felt clear. No, because the left doesn't care about that stuff. They will dredge up things that happened 20 years ago to slander you if they can. And so I don't know when she left OTK. I know it was disbanded like last year with Aswin's drama, and he also left it himself because of things. That kind of deal. Once again, I don't pay attention to this kind of stuff. But the left doesn't care. They care about, they don't care about the present. They don't care what you've did recently. They only care of what you've done before. And they will bring up anything they can to slander you and make your life miserable if you don't kowtow the party line. And so by the fact that she merely associated with Asmin and Tectone is enough to just throw her under the bus and run her over a few dozen times and then some. Like, they just don't fucking care. And I kind of feel bad for her. Well, to a certain extent. Because of how she's trying to be friends with everybody. Because, like, well, thankfully, I haven't gotten to that point myself. That's what I try to do, too, because there's when you're a content creator. And hell, you don't even have to be a content creator, okay? You're just being, like, a decent person. There's no reason to be an asshole to people. Like, unless they're an asshole to you, you try to be nice to everybody because, well, ideally they'll be nice to you back as well, and you can do stuff with them and different content, whatever the case is, and you don't have any drama. Drama's a good way to get some quick clicks, but it's also a good way to ruin your name. And like this, essentially, like if she had this clip that went viral. I wasn't exactly fully for her will. She tried to do her best to dance around it on stream, which was smart. But it did go viral. If she was smarter, she would have completely not addressed this at all. She would have made this long-ass statement about a whole bunch of other different things. Instead, she addressed it, which has prolonged the drama, because this would have been over within a day or two, and nobody would have talked about it again. But now she's prolonged the drama, more people are talking about it, as it's a continuation, and it makes her look worse. So, like, fucking hell. Here she is. Goddamn women. Well, hopefully this makes it more clear. Anyone who abuses people or children is not my friend and never will be again. Always has been that way and always will continue to be that way. I know this won't stop people from taking issue with the way I do things. No, they won't. The left doesn't care. They just want blood. And as soon as you bleed a little, just like you did with this post, they'll come after you more and more because they show that you're weak. You've shown that you're weak.
Is it the Jews? I'm assuming.
And so therefore an easy target to destroy. I don't expect it to. I'm saying this because I know my community and friends are fatigued. It literally a 2-day drama. It would have been over if she didn't continue this. But instead that she did, and now more people are talking about it as it continues on. So it's going to be another 4-day drama instead. It's not that deep. Just ignore them. that's pretty much it. Thank you for taking time to read this. I will continue to do what I usually do. I just wanted to finally say something because the speculation and lies are getting out of control. Who cares? It'll likely continue, but I hope putting my stance out there will help those who already feel unsupported and unsafe. Like there's one less person trying to send hatred their way. Yeah, well, congratulations. You're gonna have more hate this way because not only did the left is still gonna go after you for blood because you bled just enough, and they're like fucking sharks. But now the right, since you threw the right under the bus because they supported you and were proud of you for taking a apolitical stance on this. You've thrown the right under the bus now by making this note. You've thrown other people like Aswin on the bus over this too. But now you have the right going after you as well. Because you fucked up. Like, and the right's being nicer about it, like, you know, apologizing when you did nothing wrong was a mistake. Look at the replies to your post, your outrage mob, you know. Like, they're being nice. They're not saying that she's a fucking idiot, generally. Well, I mean, Savvy's being a little bit snarky, but, you know, it's Savvy, so what can I say? I'm sure the people demanding your political opinions will totally leave you alone now. I'm sure they'll be completely normal about this. Well, a lot of people are actually being, you know, relatively nice to her. Oh yeah, I feel like this will restart the stupid drama. This was basically over. Like the right's pointing out that she's bending the knee, and so therefore she's fucking up and making things worse. That's how the right's being mean. But the left, on the other hand, Denims, who is I believe the biggest name that's been going after her this entire time, is not forgiving her. And the left is still going after her ass about this situation. So before we get to the dentist clip, let's watch the full quote-unquote Emeru Ice clip. That's unedited, supposedly, this time around. Oh, that's right. Sorry. We're not gonna watch the clip. Because when I did this last time, YouTube fucking blocked my VOD. I forgot about this. And so I had to cut out the whole Emeru segment and the VOD with Lord Ruxworth the other night. So, my apologies, chat. I forgot YouTube is gay for a millisecond. Ugh. Okay. Well, based off, we're gonna just go based off the comments. So granted, they seem to be like leftists, but still. Bad liar. She's lying on her apology. Full clip makes it even worse. And apparently even, like, her mods were talking about, like, but we're talking about actual ice. What are your thoughts on ice, Hassan Emeru? I'm assuming that's a joke. Like, what does the streamer saying fuck guys validate? It makes no sense. Like, her mod even brought this upon herself for some stupid reason. Why would a mod do that, by the way? Anyways, I like, if one of my mods forced something like that on me, I'd be fucking pissed. Because, like, the mods aren't there to put you in a bad position. They're supposed to help you and get rid of bad actors in chat and make sure chat's not acting up. Why would your mod like, it seems like a joke, but she seemed to take it seriously? And she clearly knew the context based off the original clip, which, like I said, I can't fucking show. But still. Just, Oh, we do a little trolling. Okay, Trium. Oh, and James say this is fair. God damn it. you know, remember, mods, I do have your balls in my freezer. I can pull them out and poke them and play with them at any time that I fucking want to give you fucking pain. You are my little bitches, you Indians. So... I haven't used that threat in a long time because you've been good little guys, but I can use it again. I can use it again. Nice little reminder. I have cryo freeze balls. Okay. watch Demon being the fucking cunt. Not like what she says really matters, but she's a good representative of the left. Not forgiving Emeru. But this is why you don't fucking bend the knee, okay? This is why this makes me so mad.
Like, I think the big question in everyone's mind is, well, are you still friends with Asmongold? And people try to deflect that and say, oh, wait, oh, so everyone that you're ever friends with now needs to be disavowed? Well, listen, man. When the people that you're friends with repeatedly go on the same harassment campaigns that you are experiencing a fraction of, and they're consistently saying all this horrible shit about the people getting killed by ICE, all the horrible shit, condoning and encouraging all the horrible shit that ICE is doing. Like, yeah, I would hope so. Because this isn't like, listen, who's a good example? Let me think of a good example. One sec. Let me cook. You know who has said and done some questionable things? NMP. You know who I wouldn't ask people to disavow? NMP.
Who is she talking about? I guess this is what I get for not knowing anything about fucking Twitch drama bullshit. But I do want to point out, like, I like how she says he does harassment campaigns against people who have been, like, assaulted and harassed by ICE. Like, they're the same things as random fucking anonymous leftists going after a streamer for not having political stance because they're strictly either with us or against us, versus Asmongold talking about the government agency doing their job. Okay, then.
Because he doesn't use his platform predominantly for spreading harassment against random people who don't deserve it, and for spreading sentiment that exclusively makes our country worse. Now, you can personally dislike him, he can give you bad vibes, whatever. Whatever you want. You can think he sucks, but he doesn't purposefully engage in like absolutely horrid behavior online and profit off of it too.
Like, you don't either? Like, I'm gonna ignore her takes on ICE because obviously I strongly politically disagree with her, and just address what she's saying about Asmon and Emeru in this case. And it just, she does the same thing. Like, she talks about drama all the time. She's in a fucking lawsuit. I don't fully know what it's about. Once again, don't pay attention to these kind of things, but I do know she's in a lawsuit because of things she said online. She's attacked multiple people before, other than Emeru. She's obviously gone after Asmon. She's gone after Tectone. She's gone after a bunch of different people. Throughout her streaming years. Like, she's part of the whole leftist mob that organizes these campaigns to cancel people. She is far worse than Asmon in my book. Versus Asmon just talks about the news and gives his opinion. And now, granted, if people do things outside of his stream and harass people, then that's bad. Like, you should not, if a streamer's talking about something, like, let's say, like, in this case, so we'll use myself as an example, right? Obviously, I'm not exactly a fan of denims. Here. Like, now, if you guys actually go after her, though, that's a problem. Like, I'm not gonna support you. I'll be banned from chat. Like, that's horrible. Like, you don't touch the poo. You don't harass people just because they're a fucking idiot. Obviously, I can't control every single thing that you guys do, and you guys are anonymous and all that fun stuff. But, like, I would never condone my own community harassing somebody because I call them an idiot. Even if she is a fucking idiot. Like, in this case.
Is it the Jews?
So it's horrible. That's not something you do. And I just sit here and talk about my opinions about certain things. That's exactly what Asmon does. She, on the other hand, talks about people and actually encourages her community to go after people. Like Delta Cross. Okay, yeah, there we go. Apparently she's the one who put a 30k bounty on Asmon. So she put a bounty on somebody to kill Asmon for $30,000. And yet, Emeru is the horrible person for associating with Asmund in the first place. And she's like, well, the real question is, we have to ask, is she still friends with Asmund to this day? Is she still friends with Asmund to this day? We don't know. We need to know who she associated with. We have to cancel her now just because she possibly could be friends with Asmongold, even though she made this longest apology already. Like, Jesus Christ. Ugh. And like I said, I just use her as the example. Just because she is the biggest figurehead talking about. Apparently, this is day 3 of her meltdown of this, and Emerald made this worse by making this apology in the first place. She's never been the knee. Never fucking been the knee. The only time I will apologize, chat, is if I actually do something to harm you guys. If I do something that pisses off you guys. Because you guys are my community. I care about you guys. Probably a little bit too much, I'll be honest, in those cases. But you guys matter to me because, like, you're my community. I make content specifically for you. And so if I do something that pisses you guys off, then yes, I will apologize if I made a mistake. But if it's a leftist, or how some cuck conservative that gets mad at my political take because I said the N-word, or I want to deport all the Browns, or anything along those lines, then I don't give a fuck. Because that's my opinion. They can disagree with me, they're wrong, but they can disagree with me. And it is what it is. There's no point bending the knee because, once again, these leftists, as soon as they smell blood, they're like sharks. They're gonna go after you no matter what. As soon as you capitulate. In that case, I would hope you as my community would not go after me after I apologize to you guys for making a mistake. I don't know what that would be, but probably something stupid knowing me. But for an opinion, or for not having an opinion about something in this case, and having a leftist mob attack, who cares? Who fucking cares? Suck my cock. Ugh. Alright, I've seen so many people throughout the years get cancelled. So many people capitulate, and none of them ever learn the lesson, no matter how, like, we're past 2022, okay? Cancel culture is supposed to be dead. I mean, I know it's not, right? But the left doesn't have that much power anymore. They just act like they do because they're arrogant. And they're just massive assholes, and yet people still think that they have the power. And I mean, in a way they do. As we saw with the Super Bowl thing, right? Woke is not dead. In that case. But as for random leftists canceling on you online, calling you racist, homophobic, and sexist, that doesn't work anymore. That doesn't work anymore. Yeah, they do it anyways. So fucking retarded. Ugh. The Goy Bowl, yes. Thank you, Clarky, for the $2 dues. Thank you. For this, oh no, it's this. Fuck. So let me see. God damn it. I don't want to show this on stream. It's not even accurate. But I did this to myself, so I can't exactly cry about it. But in funnier news, I have actually been added to the VTuber, period tracker thingy. Fun fact, it's not accurate, but I made a couple jokes about how, you know, I'm disappointing you guys for not doing this, and then somebody actually did. I know who did it, but still. Yeah, there I am. I'm actually not that far down, surprisingly. That's weird. Why am I not further down? Fuck. But yeah, it's not accurate. But they tried. At last! I'm all suffering for wrong actions again. Yeah, this is what I mean by doing something stupid. Like, this is me being stupid here. Thank you, Clarky, for another $2 dues. Only gave the man a 30-second clip of you telling us about your tracker. 24 hours later, he's found the OG vid from the clip, the the clip of Shrub. Scrape the transcript and scan your ex timeline for ovulation references. He's truly ovulation monster. That's why he called him a schizophrenic ovulation guy, I guess. Yeah, that's his name at the bottom. Is that he's a schizophrenic ovulation guy. But no, it's actually somebody from the Discord community that did this. That made this. So they're the one that's schizophrenic, and they they showed me the form. So like you have to like have the whole like the time, the observation type, the source, and you have to give a summary of what it is for different things, to fill it out, and then it gets approved or not by the schizophrenic ovulation guy. So. Please update it to your earliest convenience. Thank you. Well, no, I mean, you could figure out when to rape me, yeah. If I were to do that. But I'm not gonna do that. So, compare political takes when she's on and off the rag. Well, here's the thing, chat. I'm honest when I'm on my period. That was part of the whole joke about me, you know, being on the ovulation tracker, is that I let you guys kind of know because it does actually affect me. It does affect stream in this case, and I really don't care about sharing my period at all, because like to me this is normal. Like, it's normal for women to have a period, and obviously it affects us because this is why we're so emotional, this is why we're so hormonal. There's a bunch of side effects. Like for me, as it said in one of these things, yes, you can tell when I'm gonna be starting because my boobs hurt. I'm being a little bit more irritable. I have cravings. And I'm so fucking tired. Yes. Or like extreme fatigue. Yes. I don't get cramps, but I have extreme fatigue when I'm on my period. And that does affect stream. Because, fuck, it's hard to stream when you're about to pass out. So... the Mo's late tracker. Oh... It's just not accurate, man. And you start crying at the top of a hat. Listen, I don't cry that much. I cry more than I used to. When I was a kid, here's a little fun fact about me. Not related to the period tracker at all. But when I was a kid, though, I spent most of my childhood thinking that crying's weakness, and so I refused to cry. It wasn't until I became a teenager that I finally started crying because I had so many emotional problems. And then for like a good 3 months, I think, I just could not stop crying. I think maybe it was like 6 months. I can't remember. But I basically during that time period, I cried a ton. Just to kind of, I guess I was just letting everything out, I guess. And then over the years, I mean, I cry a bit here and there, but I don't cry that often because, well, I don't have really much to cry about anymore, and it still takes me a lot to actually cry. Mal's on a period tracker now. Next nominated for Black VTuber Awards. No, I mean I'm black, but. No! Welcome to the True Man's World, well, weird furry lady. Well, I did it to myself. I did it to myself because, there was 2 factors in there from 2 different time periods. One was when I was in, 1st grade and my dog died. My mom killed my dog. And I... told myself that I started crying, but then I stopped myself because I told myself I need to turn that pain into anger and use it against her. And that worked. And then the second time was in 2nd grade. And I was at this a birthday party with my best friend at the time. And it was a very special event because my friend was pretty well off. And so they had the whole thing at a very nice place that I'd never been to before. I never had that opportunity to do again. And we had to leave early for some event for my parents instead. And I cried. because I was upset that I wouldn't be able to actually get to experience the full thing. And the girl there who was trying to be friends with my best friend made fun of me. Apparently during and after, apparently, and called me like a baby, and all this other stuff. And after when I found that out, then I told myself, yeah, I'm never gonna cry again. Because I'm not gonna be a baby. So, yeah. Yeah, that really pissed me off with that bitch. She was a massive bitch. I don't care if we were like 8 years old or something like that. She was a bitch. um, yeah, then I stopped crying after that. Like I said, it wasn't until I was a teenager that I finally started crying again. Fucking Christ, Amal's mom lore gets worse every time. That's why I don't talk about it that much, is it's depressing. Also, she's really not that bad in the grand scheme of things. Like, there's worse moms out there. There's a lot worse out there, right? She could have, like, actually beaten me and, like, neglected me and starved me and been, like, a meth head. She was just a severe alcoholic that did other unpleasant things. But there's worse out there. So, tis what it is. Plus, it is depressing. Oh, well, so you just decided to control your emotions based. Well, yes, except for the fact that not crying for almost 10 years is not exactly probably the healthiest. In that case. And like I said, when I started crying again, it was just non-stop for quite a few months. But nowadays I'm relatively okay, because I do try to watch my emotional state as best as possible. Like, on stream, obviously I get angry and annoyed and all these other different stuff, but that's because, like, it's not an act, because it is truly me, but I let it go because it's supposed to be entertaining, versus if this was, like, by myself, I wouldn't go to this like, length, if that makes sense. I would keep it a lot more under control. Because there's no point for that. But with people in general, I get more expressive because, well, you want to express yourself to people, you know? If that makes any sense. But yeah, but personal, All when it was breedable, I will send 10 Indians to grape you. Well, if this was accurate, it would be sometime later this week, but it's not accurate, so I don't know what to tell you. Because now that this has happened, I'm scared to get it updated. Like, I know, it doesn't make any sense. It's probably just me being a woman again. 100% it's just me being a woman. Because, like, I tell you guys when I'm on my period, right? But now that it's actually in my face, I'm like, oh, the consequences of my actions. How could they come after me like this? Yeah, I'm not very smart. I'm not very smart. It's fine. It's fine. Brady stream next Monday confirmed. Okay, mods ban that, man. I'm kidding. Don't actually ban him, but fuck. No! Oh, the tracker will be waiting. No! I mean, my period is pretty consistent, so I'm grateful for that, but no. Only fan debut on Monday. No. Actually, I should have good news for the Wednesday, but I was too late to confirm it. Honestly, not too late to confirm it. I wanted to confirm it first before I announced anything. Just to be on the safe side of stuff, because I don't want to be like, yeah, this is happening, and then, like, change the plans. Here. So, I don't know. Keep your eyes out for our announcements. on Wednesday in the Discord server and the YouTube little community post thingies. That kind of deal. Because as it's been planned for a while, technically. But I want to wait till it's been confirmed just to be sure because I'm paranoid. And so, yeah, there might be something Wednesday. Should be something Wednesday. Anyways, uh, uh, okay, guys. So, speaking of Wednesday, that will be the next stream. That will be the next stream. Even if I do have the event or not, there. YouTube bros, I'm sending you guys over the Murray_EN. So enjoy the Fish Princess. She is not political. So do not bring politics into her chat. You'll be shot on sight for being gay if you do. We don't like the gays here. And then Kick Bros, I'm sending you guys the leaflet. She's political. Just make sure you follow her rules. Don't be too spicy. Keep it on topic. Now, she's not talking politics. Don't actually bring up politics that's gay. Because once again, don't be gay. Kick Bro, Rumble Bros, you stay in the chair. Other than that, thank you everybody for joining me for tonight's stream. I hope you had fun. I will see you guys on Wednesday. And thank you for all the subby bubbies, donos, and vigorous spankings, and everything else. Thank you. Have a good night. Why?
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music. Am I